we are live.
All right, Madam Chair, we are live. You can open the meeting.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to begin by acknowledging that we are in Treaty 1 territory and the traditional homeland of the Métis Nation. As directed by Manitoba Health, we're requesting people avoid close contact within 2 meters with anyone showing symptoms of a respiratory illness, such as coughing or sneezing. If you're experiencing flu-like symptoms, we're requesting that you excuse yourself from the room. Sorry, I guess that didn't apply today. Okay. Please note, when you join the meeting via Zoom, all participants will be placed in the waiting room and your microphone will be muted until the host lets you into the room. You can follow the hearing live via the City's Board of Revision YouTube channel. When your property is called upon, you will be allowed from the waiting room and permitted to speak with respect to your property. Once you have been heard, you can leave the meeting and continue to watch the hearing live via the City's Board of Revision YouTube channel. If any participants are currently watching the live meeting on YouTube, please mute your audio player now. My name is Marla Billinghurst. I will be chairing the meeting this morning. With me on the panel today are Ms. Linda McFadden and Mr. Jeff Peach. The recording secretary this morning is Ms. Kara Balshaw, and the city assessor is Mr. Arka Adarkanov. Sorry. I tried. Okay. We will be hearing applications for revision of the assessment roll in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by Council and is independent of it and the City Administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the Board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of Queen's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the Board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony, followed by questions that the applicant may have, then the applicant's testimony, followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the Board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You will receive the Board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record, and use of cell phones is not permitted except by approval of the chair. All right, the first matter on this morning's docket will be 870 Portage Avenue, and Ms. Balshaw, will you please swear in the parties?
Yes. Mr. Assessor, for the record, please state your name.
Arka Adarkanov.
Do you affirm the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I affirm.
Thank you. And Mr. Applicant, for the record, please state your name.
Rod Slaughter.
And do you affirm the evidence you present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Assessor, please proceed.
Madam Chair,
Oh, sorry.
Madam Chair, excuse me.
Yes.
I would like to be recused from this particular item, please.
Oh, yes. Sorry. So, Ms. Balshaw, could you please put Ms. McFadden into the waiting room?
Yes, I will. Thank you. Okay, it's done.
All right. Okay, Mr. Assessor, will you please proceed when you are ready?
Okay. So just to make sure, we are addressing at this point file number 2605. Is that correct?
Yes, 20-605, which is 870 Portage Avenue.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So I guess I'll start off. File number 20-605, address 870 Portage Avenue, roll number 120826088100. The particular application has a quantum as well as classification and liability to taxation under appeal. Just want to stress that under Section 53(2) of the Municipal Assessment Act, a burden of proof on matters of liability to taxation and classification of property lays with the applicant. So I guess with this presentation, I'll start off the quantum part and we'll take it from there. Is that how it's typically done?
Is that okay with everybody?
It's fine by me, thank you.
Okay, so we'll just start there.
Okay. So subject property is let's scroll to the right page here. The subject property is currently is a medical office clinic that has been recently purchased and by the commissioners and currently is, to my knowledge, is under renovation to be used by the new owners. So what we have here is we have a land area of 19,218 square feet. And I guess one area is 6,160 square feet, basement area 6,160 square feet, gross floor area 19,372 square feet. It's a masonry bearing walls, wall height is 12 feet, year built 1955 and effective age is 1975. My verbal recommendation would be to maintain the current assessed value of subject property. Following down, scrolling down to page 2 would provide an aerial view of subject property. And page 3 provides street view that was obtained through Google Streets, I guess. And there we see a two-story building with a brick, what appears to be a brick exterior. Picture on the bottom of the page provides side and rear view of the building. Following on page number 4, we have a picture of the parking lot. So subject property does have a parking lot in the back. It's the back of the building. I guess, yeah, I've stated it before on the following page. August 4 of this year, the property has been sold and purchased by the new property by the new owners. So going into the specifics, we have 13,212 square feet above ground, so first and second floor at $13.07 per square foot, and the basement area of 6,116 square feet at $9.37 per square foot. So overall, we have potential rent of $230,400 with vacancy loss at 5.5%, expenses at 2% and shortfall at $7, and capitalization rate at 8.15%. Estimated value for subject property is $2,527,000. For the comparables, we have 6 comparables within the vicinity of the subject property. I try to stick to as close as possible to the subject property in this case. So we have some properties on Portage Avenue. Comparable one is on Wall Street, and comparable 6 on Mess. Overall, we have median and average rents per square foot of $15.49 average and $14.67 median. which support the subject property's assessed rent per square foot. And basement rents are below that, and they are around $9 per square foot. So with that, and following page again gives us a breakdown on the estimate on the estimation of value, and we arrive at $2,527,000. Following, we have a permit that new property owner has taken to do the renovations. The declared value of construction there is $1,300,000. What else? Okay, that's and following is a page of the cap rate tables and excerpts from Municipal Assessment Act, and a fresh look on how City of Winnipeg arrived at as a calculation of expenses at 2%. I think that is that's all I have for the presentation of Quantum. Open for questions.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just reading something. Okay. Do you have any questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to confirm, are we going through then questions, rebuttal, and presentation on the value, and then we'll discuss the liability issue?
Just trying. I think that probably to separate it out would be the easiest thing to do because it's a larger one. Does that make sense to both the applicant and the assessor?
Yeah, it's fine by me. Thank you.
Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so please proceed with your question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Aldarkanov, thank you for your presentation. I just wanted to confirm, have you had a chance to inspect the property?
I did not have a chance to inspect the property.
Okay, so you're not aware that currently, and since they purchased the property in August, it's in an unoccupiable state. It is under renovations that will extend into the calendar year 2021. You weren't aware of that fact?
So just to so when your question was I aware that the property was when they purchased it was in unoccupiable state, or was it?
No, since they're purchased in August, which is the effective date of the supplementary assessment that we're discussing today, it has not been occupied by the current owners. It is in a state of renovation, which should continue through until likely the early part of 2021. And I'm just wondering if that's being reflected or considered at all in this assessment, which is effective as of the date that they purchased it rather than the date they occupy it.
Okay. When I guess I'll have to just give me a second. We are aware that the property is under renovation, and I guess the date on the permit is it was issued in October 7th, 2020, which was presented in my evidence, page 9.
Sorry, page 9 of your evidence permit. Let me just refer to that. On page 9, there is a permit. The issue date appears to be October 7th, 2020. Is that correct?
Yes. So that's all the information I have. I know that they purchased the property back in August. Whether I said to the best of my knowledge, we have permit date in October 7th.
Yeah, okay. So you would agree it makes sense that if the permit was taken out not until October, the permit usually precedes the work, that they're not occupying the space yet.
Oh, it is vacant to the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay, thank you. I do have a few other questions. Thank you. I just want to. So the property, as you mentioned, then is it was constructed in 1955. It's a two-story medical clinic being converted to a single occupant office with full basement space. Correct? And it is located in, I guess, what would be considered the west end of Winnipeg, on the edge of Vimy Ridge Park. Correct?
Just take a look at
And the basement space, to the best of your knowledge, and looking at the pictures that you've included on pages 3 and 4, we can see the property. We can see the two-story property. But the basement, to your knowledge, does not have significant fenestration or natural light. Is that correct? We don't see any windows here in these pictures for the basement.
Okay, let me just take a look at the pictures once again.
Yeah, sure. It's pages 3 and 4. You can see it best.
No, I guess when I look at the picture of the front of the building that faces Portage, there appears behind the grid work of wood, there may be window, maybe not, I'm not sure, but obviously no windows stand out in the pictures.
Yes, thank you. Now, if I could ask just a couple of questions, and I do have some rebuttal evidence, so I won't spend too much time on the questions. I'd rather just talk about what we know about some of the comparisons. But I would like to just confirm in your opinion. So if we go to page 7, you had a number of comparisons for what I believe is the main and upper floor at the top of the sheet, labeled rent comparables on page 7. And you made the comment that these were in similar locations. Would you agree that there's a difference in location as far as the market perception between the subject in the West End at the edge of Vimy Ridge Park and the majority of the comparisons in St. James, or, well, I would say St. James?
As I said, those were the best comparables. Otherwise, we would have to go into other parts of town altogether. I try to stick to the location that would have put Portage Avenue, be outside downtown.
Yeah, and that's a fair comment. I know it's hard to, there's so many criteria to look at with comparisons. It's hard to find ones that match everything. But I guess my point is,
I found not, I guess I would have to say not right away next door of the subject property, but that wasn't the close vicinity. They all within I guess they're within the reasonable proximity. That's what I would have to say.
it's a reasonable proximity, you're saying, the comparisons to the subject? Okay. So you don't feel there's any difference in the rent potential or the value perception between the West End at Vimy Ridge Park and St. James?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Fair comment. Thank you very much. And then at the bottom of the page, you have a number of basement rents, and those rents have quite a range, going from as low as $6.50 up to just over $11 a square foot. Are you aware if any of these comparisons would have natural light windows, providing natural light through the space?
I wouldn't know at this point.
Would you agree that the rent potential for a space which is more akin to a recessed main level with full windows, that the market rent potential for that type of space would be very different and higher than for a true basement without much fenestration?
I would say that is reasonable. That there is would be other factors considered, of course. well, like the condition of the basement, ceiling height, and so on, etc. However, all else being equal, basements would, basements with windows would tend to have higher values than basements without.
Yes, thank you. And I would agree with that. And I like the way you worded that. All other things being equal, that's a good thing to say. I think that completes my questions. Thank you very much. I do have rebuttal. I don't know if you prefer if I present that before or after the direct evidence, Madam Chair.
Perhaps after the direct evidence. Then.
Certainly.
Okay, so Mr. Peach, do you have any questions?
Oh,
Mr. Peach, we can't hear you. No, sir. Your microphone's muted.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, I thought it was open air. My apologies. Arca, the pictures that you've presented, I'm not able to tell whether there are basement windows. Is there a picture you can draw my attention to here? I may have missed something in your presentation.
Okay, I guess I was just looking at the page 3, top picture, and it wasn't too clear to me whether behind the grid work there was something was appearing, but I'm not stating that it is a window or not, but at this point I'm saying that there is no obvious windows present in the building.
Okay.
The pictures.
Okay. And then you also provided a building permit to us. Are you able, do you have any back copy or information related to that permit that describes work being done in that lower unit or lower space? Or is it just the...
At this moment in time, without going into deeper research, I have to say that this is all I have as a presentation.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident there is something else is available, but I didn't look at it, and I do not have it here to present it.
I can speak to that, Mr. Peach, if you'd like.
Sure.
I mean, in my direct presentation.
I understand. Yeah. And Arca, my last question, in terms of the rent comparables, is there a property or two which you think is a better comp than sort of the mean?
Oh, I think the first comparable that I have played there would be, I guess, a bit of a better comparable. It's a two-floor occupancy, very similar in square footage, slightly bigger.
I'm sorry, you're referring to 115 Mint, or pardon me, 575 Wall Street?
Correct.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I have no other questions. Thank you.
I just have one question. Were there any earlier permits? Because this one wasn't taken out from October. Were there any other ones that were taken out that were closed already, or was this?
Again, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Okay, that was my only question. Okay, thank you. Mr. Slaughter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have two documents. The first is the direct evidence, and the second is labeled in the middle of the title page as rebuttal. And if I may, I'll start with the direct evidence, but then I would like to go right into the rebuttal because we'll be kind of circling back at that point to talk about some of the assessor's evidence.
Okay.
Okay. So on page 2, we have another photo. We've seen many photographs of the subject property. I have inspected the property fully. And I'll describe that in a moment, but I'll just move on to page 3. And as the assessor had mentioned, we have a 1955 office building. It was a medical use. Now it's an office, and it does have additional parking that's just behind the alley. You'll see that as part of the roll number, and that is a consideration in our valuation. So the property, and I think this is very important as background. First of all, the purchaser of the property in August of 2020 was the Commissionaires of Manitoba. I'll be talking more about them when I talk about the liability, but what they are is a nonprofit group who trains and employs veterans, typically as security guards. They're currently located around the corner on Burnell They needed more room for training. They had this opportunity to purchase this building that was on the market, and they felt it was very good for them, specifically for them. And the reason being was the proximity to Vimy Ridge Park. Now, to be clear, that is typically not a beneficial location for many other businesses. This is an area that does have its difficulties. When they purchased the building, there were transient folks who were, occupying the recessed areas outside the building, and the park is known for some problems. But for them, the proximity to the monuments is what they felt was important, being an organization for veterans. So I think this is interesting to talk about kind of the market perception of this location, and that's an important point. In my opinion, this location is not comparable to when you move further down Portage Avenue into St. James or such areas like that, or other areas without the sort of difficulties that this area brings.
Excuse me.
Yes.
If I could intervene, I'm a bit lost in the paper in your presentation.
Oh, certainly. Yeah. So,
I guess I'm looking at two different files. One was a direct evidence that was submitted back when it was due in November, and another one that was just emailed, and they're different documents altogether.
yeah, the one that was just recently issued was the rebuttal. So the one that I'll be discussing right now, Arca, is the first one from November.
Okay. All right.
And I've just moved past. Basically, you haven't missed anything as far as what's in the brief. I'm kind of just talking about it. But there's photographs and summary on page 2, overhead map, very similar to what you have presented on page 3.
Okay.
And on page 4, I'm just now, I have some information there, but I'm just talking for the board's sake about the background. I think it's important to talk about who the purchaser was, why, what the property is really like. And when we understand more about the property, I think it makes more sense when we start talking about how to value or how to look at the different components of the value. So again, they purchased the property mainly for the proximity to the monuments and to get more area because they were running out of room for training at their last location on Burnell. This is an older building, 1955 construction. Gross upper floor area, this is over the 2 floors, is 13,212 square feet, and it does have a full basement of 6,160 square feet. There is an elevator, 2 sets of stairwells. There is no sprinkler, so it kind of in keeping with buildings of this era. The city considers the effective age 1975. We won't dispute that. It's kind of a subjective opinion, but in any event, what the property is like right now, and the reason I didn't put in the pictures for my inspection is because I didn't want the board to think that we're arguing for the current condition, which is unoccupiable. They've basically gutted the space. Now, I also need to make clear that the renovations that are occurring and should be complete by early to mid next year are not enhancing the value by any means. What these renovations are is simply reconfiguring the space to the requirements of the current owner occupant. And the difference is that it previously was a medical office. Medical offices have many other features, additional plumbing, electric, and smaller rooms. So many demising walls into smaller areas, for discussions or appointments. And being a training facility, of course, they don't need that. This is much like when my office moved into our new space. And we rented a space and we spent about $75 a foot just simply moving walls around for the sake of where we wanted our offices. And that's about what it costs in today's market, about $75 a foot. And that's not even what these folks are spending. So I have confirmed, I've looked at the numbers, I understand what is the quantum. To answer Mr. Peach's question, what is basically happening is just they've gutted everything and they're setting up new walls to their specifications for training and their operations. And with that, of course, they have to move some electrical and HVAC because you need the venting to be to the requirements of each space. That's it. They're not doing anything that would, in my opinion, enhance the value. It's simply for their requirements. The basement. This is a very important point, and I asked the assessor, and he agrees with me, that there is a very big difference when we consider basement space between space that has complete natural light, and it's more of actually like a recessed main floor, versus a true basement. This basement is, in my opinion, more akin to a true basement. The building is elongated, running along Portage Avenue. There is one window, and Arco was correct, where you see the fence, there is a bit of a recessed area and there's a window, or actually two small windows there, for one room. It constitutes maybe 5 to 10% of the entire basement. That's it. And that recessed area actually has been a problematic area for them, because this is where they find transient folks like to find shelter. But that is it. And it's very important to note, when you go through the rest of the basement, this is completely without natural light. So if I may then, with that background, I'll move on. I'll skip ahead, Madam Chair, because we talk about the different approaches to value. We admit, like the city, that the income approach is the most appropriate, although a direct comparison approach can be used as a bit of a test. And we move into the main points, or the rates and allowances used in the income approach. The first contention that we have with the city's value has to do with the market rents that are applied. Too high. That is our opinion. What the city has applied is excessive for both the main and second floor and the basement. And I am about to go through our set of comparisons, and I'll discuss each and why I think they're relevant. And then again, when I come back to the rebuttal, I'll be discussing the city's comparisons, and I'll be stating why some, I think, should be given less weight or are considered less comparable. By the end, you will have a set of comparisons, if you agree with my opinion anyway, and I think you will find that they justify, both the city's and ours will justify the reductions in the potential rent that I am proposing. So again, as the assessor had mentioned, the market rents applied, they blend to $11.89 per square foot over the entire area, but it actually breaks down, as he noted, to $13.07 a square foot applied to both main and upper, and $9.37 to the basement. On page 7, if everybody's on page 7 of my presentation, you'll see a number of comparisons. For confidentiality reasons, we don't put in the public document the addresses, but I will now describe them to you, Madam Chair, and I have also sent them previously to the assessor. The very first comparison is actually a downtown office. It's a Class B office, so not a great comparison, but it does give a sense of what, down the street, if you were downtown, what does a typical office rent for? It's important for, if I was a potential purchaser, to understand what the market thinks about different areas. And the subject property is on the periphery, kind of the outside of downtown. So this is at 305 Broadway, corner of Donald and Broadway on the north side. It was built in the effective age is 1972. So from an effective age standpoint, similar. And the area occupied is similar to one floor of the subject property. The comparison is 8,358 square feet. The rent signed very close to the reference here for what I consider a superior property. This is a Class B office, is $12 a square foot. So I like to do that just to say, okay, what are the kind of ranges we'll be looking at here? And I don't think the subject, at the location that it's at and the age it has, and being 2 floors would command the same as this Class B office, but it gives me an upper end of the range. The second comparison is more of a suburban office, kind of more like the subject property. It's located at 611 Cordon. It was built, it's newer than the subject property, and it's much smaller. So there's 2 factors that would allow this to be a higher per square foot, all other factors being equal, than what we propose for the subject. There's 2 floors, so it's a very good comparison in that way. No basement, and the rent was signed closer to the reference date at $11 a square foot. And there is parking that surrounds this building on Cordon, 611 Cordon. So 2-story building. Now we're getting closer in layout, but it is smaller and it is much newer, $11 a square foot. Number 3 is on Pembina, 701 Pembina. Again, this is a 2-story building, but this is only the rent for the second floor. Again, much newer, 1988 versus 1955, and much smaller, 1,200 square feet. 2 factors that would require a downward adjustment from the comparison. The rent there, $12 a square foot. The fourth comparison through number 6. So number 4 through number 6 are all in a building relatively close to the subject property on the periphery of downtown in the 500 block, specifically 570 Portage. It's a 4-story office building. We are now getting more into what I consider a relevant comparable area. Floors 2, 3, and 4 are the comparisons you see here in a 1962, so closer in age as well, office building. And those rents range from $11 to $12 a square foot. Again, for mostly smaller areas. We're finding a fairly tight range now. And when we consider the adjustments, you can see why my mind is veering to $11 maximum on the main and upper. We continue. Comparison 7 is very close to the subject property, again in the West End location. 765 Portage. It's basically right across the street. Built in 1975, 2 floors, smaller than the subject property, signed very close to the reference date, $9 a square foot. We're now seeing, all other things being equal, the effect on the market rent potential in this location. Comparison number 8 and 9, again in the West End. The location is 960 Portage Avenue. This is an office building that Altus had represented under appeal. We know the building well. Very comparable, in my opinion, in location, in age, in all aspects. We have various tenants in this building. These spaces are smaller than what we're discussing for the owner-occupied space, but they actually net down to under $9 a square foot. That was verified. We had presented this in appeal because they're semi-gross rents, and when you take away the erosions, we have relatively low rents. And I know this building, and I know why they're low, and one of the reasons is location. Comparison number 10. Now we're moving out of the West End, and we're getting further down to the St. James area, or just about anyway. This is 1200 Portage Avenue. It's the second floor, built in 1972, a comparable size of of the 2 floors, 13653, and it's signed very close to the reference date, $10 a square foot. The next 3, 11, 12, and 13 are more comparable in location to the assessor's comparisons. These are down in the St. James area, in the St. James Village location as you move west of Polo Park. One of them actually is the city's comparison. So we have, respectively, 1818 Portage, 1833 Portage, 1871 Portage. $12, $10, $12. All built in the 1970s, not the 1950s, and what I feel is a superior location. I should make one edit. I mentioned that comparison 12, which is at $10 a square foot, is 1833 Portage. The city has that in their evidence as well. I think the city is right. They say the rent is $12. I think we're both right, actually. I know we're both right. It was $10 when it was signed in 15. It stepped up to 12. So in fairness, this could actually be, considered $12, but it's not from 2015. It would be a step up closer to 18. It doesn't really change my my average though at all. It moves it to 1079 from 1065. Very little difference. And again, this is a superior location and smaller area and newer age. And the very last comparison is a 3-story office building, again downtown, with ample parking next door. It is the 3rd floor of 260 St. Mary. A superior property, in my opinion, and built in 1976, and it commands $12 a square foot. So I hope I didn't go too fast there, but what I'm trying to do is describe some relevant factors that the market would consider when looking at the market and relating it to the subject property. And in my opinion, from this subset, the market rent for the subject property's main floor and second floor, so remember, we're talking about 2 separate floors combined, should not exceed $11 a square foot. There's no evidence to suggest that, because the ones that do exceed it, in my opinion, are superior, which I hope I made clear. So we suggest a blended market rent for the main and upper of $11 a square foot. Now, the basement rents, this gets a little trickier. And again, when we talk about the city's rents, and they actually have a wider range of comparisons, and I commend them for that. But I will be talking about the fact that you really have to divide basement rents in the market into 2 categories. Recessed lower levels with full fenestration, full natural light, that's on one. And basement space with very little fenestration, and that's the subject. We have 3 comparisons for basement rents. I should pause for a moment, Madam Chair. Typical behavior for our department anyway, and I don't want to say that the city always agrees, but typical behavior is that if a basement is just rough storage, it's either not considered, the market doesn't consider it, or we may concede to $1 a square foot. If the basement is occupiable and there's office finished lunchrooms, whatever it may be, like for a bank or anything like that, we typically use a rate of half of what we agreed on the main level. That's typically what we argue, typically what we'll end up doing, and typically what you find in the market, frankly. I'm going a little higher in this case for two reasons. One, although this isn't necessarily not the case with other comparisons, this does have an elevator, and there is that one room with windows. So I'm not going with 550. I'm increasing that slightly, and I have three comparisons I've considered. The first is on Corden Avenue. It's at 725 Corden. You may know this as La Scala Restaurant. So this is actually a recessed, I mean, it's not a basement. It's when you're walking by, you just go down some stairs and it's full windows. It's like a main floor recessed. But their rent is $15.61 gross, and when you deduct the costs, because we've appealed this property, it nets out to just under $6 a square foot. This is in Corden Village. So already I'm thinking, how do we get up to $11 then, or sorry, $9 that the city's proposing? My 550 half rate seems more appropriate right now. The second comparison is one part of a tenant, Robertson College. They occupy the entire building at 35 King, and the basement space on the rent roll is listed as 4,481 square feet at gross $16.54 a square foot, which nets down to, again, just under $6 a square foot. It has minor windows, not as much as a recessed level, but again, it's supporting my original hypothesis. We should be at around half the rent for the basement space. And the third is on Gary Street. It's 90 Gary. This is actually an apartment block with commercial on the main and second, I believe, and then basement space. So this is an occupied office, and it was built in 1986. It's 1,330 square feet, and the net rent paid is $7 a square foot. So my evidence and my experience leads me to want to apply a half rate, 550, but I am increasing that slightly to $7 a square foot. And again, we're going to circle around to my rebuttal, and I think you'll find that that is substantiated. So when we conclude, on page 8, we have a summary. We have $7 a square foot on the basement space. We have $11 on both the main and the upper floor, which brings us to a blended rent of $9.73 a square foot. That is the evidence on the potential gross income. The other rates that are considered in the income approach are a vacancy allowance. This is not what the vacancy actually is for the subject property. This is to be a market vacancy, so it's looking into the future and what one would expect for vacancy into the future of the property. And based on our analysis, we do not feel that the city's rate of 5.5% is inappropriate. We agree with that. No contention on vacancy. Similarly, we look at the actual expenses for the property or similar properties, and we compare that to what the city has used for shortfall. And the shortfall rate the city applies is $7 a square foot, and that's pretty close. I mean, we typically these will be closer to $9 a square foot when you count taxes and utilities, but vacant space, which is what the shortfall is considering, because your lights are out and stuff like that, and you're going to be a little less. And so we don't contest $7 a square foot. Non-recovered expenses. This is going to be the one time where I'm not going to go off on a tangent on non-recovered expenses. I'll just give some background though, Mr. Speech. I don't know if you've heard Altus present on non-recovered expenses before. What you'll okay, and I'm not going to discuss it at length today, and I'll explain why. But as background, historically, the city has applied a combined 7% of the effective gross income for what is called non-recovered expenses. It was broken down into two categories. One was called management, but that was a semantic error. It's not management. It actually originally was called non-recovered management expenses. The word got shortened. And what that refers to in appraisal theory is the expenses that the landlord or the owner cannot recover from a typical tenant in a net lease basis. And those typically include many, many items, but some of the more common ones will be leasing costs, tenant improvement costs, all sorts of costs that are not typically considered in a lease. It's very common. And the second item is what was referred to as structural reserve. This is basically capital improvements over the life of the building. So if you have a building that, over time, typically the roof is going to need replacement at some point, well, rather than deduct the cost of the roof replacement, unless it's an imminent concern that would affect value, what the valuation rationale is that we take an amortized amount and we ride that out over the course of building. Altus is looking at that amount, 2%. We're not sure if we agree, but for today's purposes, we certainly don't have evidence to contest it. But what has happened, Mr. Speech, is that in the 2020 assessment, those two components historically consistently applied, 5 and 2%. We lost the 5. It disappeared. The city says they've combined everything into the 2 and they feel that's sufficient. Altus says not at all. There's no way that's sufficient. We've provided a 157-page study stating that. I am not going to present that evidence today, and the reason is that we feel that the cap rate that the city applies is fair. It's 8.15%. It's at the upper range of fair, though, and I made a decision that I felt it wouldn't be appropriate for me to argue for the 5% and accept the capitalization rate. Because we're looking at all of them really as subsets of erosions or risks to the income that a purchaser is buying. So long story short is that I agree with the city's capitalization rate, but I as evaluator have made a decision today only to not argue for the additional 5%, even though I 100% think that the market would apply some deduction to the income in their calculation of the net income for non-recovered expenses. So
one day only.
One day only, yeah.
Like
for this circumstance. And Madam Chair, you're probably thanking me for that because I'm sure you've heard us go through that. It's quite long, but so that that concludes how we derive the majority of the net operating income to which we apply the accepted 8.15% cap rate, which reflects many factors. What we are doing separately, though, is, to be fair, when I go through my comparisons that I discussed, not all, but a majority of those comparisons have typical parking, which is the parking at the back of the building, really. And the idea is that, in the West End or downtown locations especially, and even partly into St. James, although when you get further out into the suburbs, typically parking lots expand. But, you'll have parking enough for staff and some customers at the back, and then street parking is usually used. The subject property, as the assessor had pointed out, has additional parking at the back. And I will admit that has to be recognized. And there's two ways to recognize it. One is that we recognize it in our rent, or one is that we add value for it in our calculation. So this is where I'm agreeing and increasing our value because I think it's appropriate and fair. My comparisons didn't show, or not enough of them showed, similar parking ratios. Therefore, if I'm asking the board to consider the rates that I strongly feel are appropriate, I'm not counting the value of that additional, I think there's 21 stalls at the back. So the only fair thing to do, Madam Chair, is to look at what those stalls increase, or what the market would feel the increase in value is for the ability to occupy and use those stalls. So what I've done is I actually counted the stalls, first of all. There is 25 at the rear. This is including what's along the back of the building. And I looked to the city's parameters. And what the city does is they break down not gross, which is how typically pay, but they break down the net rents. And we can see on page, if you may please, I'll pause for a moment so you can be on page 10. This is an excerpt from the city's manual. And they say that for non-downtown parking, you'll typically be, and this is based on the map, the subject is in this location, a typical rents net would be between $21 and $39. And we've done our own analysis, and we find that typical gross is going to be between 50 and 75. And when you net down the expenses, you will be at this range. So that's appropriate. I've gone to a higher end of the range. I've used $30 net, and I've applied that to the 25 stalls for the 12 months, and that increases my income to $9,000. Now, I'll just pause and be clear. I could have taken this and put it in the market rent, just factored it in to say this is including the increased parking. But I've put this below as additional parking, and that's not in our favor because we're not allowing for vacancy or any other expense erosions. But that's the way I've done it. So you will see then on page 11, this is a summary of the entire approach, and I hope I haven't gone too fast and explained everything clearly. But we've gone through our rationale and why the potential market rent should be reduced, the rents, and we come out to a total of $188,452. We've done the deduction of vacancy and the non-recovered and shortfall allowances that the city has applied. We've added the income for the additional parking, $9,000, and we then capitalize the resulting net operating income at the 8.15%, and we come to a value of $2,160,000. $2,160,000. I would like to continue, though. I think this is in my opinion, we've addressed very clearly why this is an appropriate income approach value. But with properties like this, at times, if you're able, I think it's interesting to test it to the market with direct sales. Now, this is not a direct sales comparison approach. It's very difficult to do a direct sales comparison approach for many commercial properties because they are so heterogeneous. There's so many variables that can affect it. So to say one office building sold for $100 a square foot, so therefore that one should, I mean, that's just inappropriate. The income approach allows you to get clinical, and that's a better way to go. But we have a value I've proposed of $2,160,000 from the income approach. Let's see what's happening in the market as far as other suburban office buildings. So on page 12, I have 4 sales. For the board's reference, I do have photographs of each one starting on page 16. So I'll just pause and allow you to be able to see 12 and page 16 and 17 for the photographs. And you may want to look at the photograph as I describe on page 12 the property. The first one is at 1901 Portage. This is in that area that, in my opinion, is superior to the subject's West End location. It's in the St. James Village. It's a 1 floor only, 3,000 square feet, single occupant building built in the same year as the subject property. And it sold right before the reference date, 2018, for $116 a square foot. I'll pause. The subject property's value that we propose, $2,160,000, when based on gross upper area only, that's how the market typically does it. They don't include the basement. Gross upper area only, our value is $163.49 a square foot. $163.49. This comparison is $116, smaller, better located. A second comparison in the same area, 2031 Portage Avenue. A little closer to 1 floor of the subject property, but it's only a single floor. Same age. Sold just before the reference date, $111.71 a square foot. These again have your typical parking at the back. Third comparison, in closer to the West End, 1075 Portage Avenue, larger. It's 46,805 square feet gross upper, and it has a full basement. 1954, very similar age, similar location. Larger size is the only difference. Great comparison. Huge parking lot. So now we have a comparison with parking. 190 paved stalls at the back. It sold in 2014, so we require some time adjustment, but it sold for $118 a square foot. I mean, no matter what I do to this comparison, we are still justified in the value we propose. The last one, 1721 Main Street, a more suburban location. Single occupant, 1 floor only, built in the same year as the subject property, close, 1954. Sold for $76.39 a square foot. I would suggest that the subject might require some upward adjustment for certain factors. There is nothing that makes me think that we might be excessive on our value of $2,160,000. I've even included here a rationale and the fact that there's parking included, although one of my sales comparisons includes parking. No matter how I slice it, we feel justified. I will pause there, Madam Chair, because the next section of my report deals with the liability. And I guess what we'll do is work through the value issues, questions, rebuttal, and then come back. Okay. So again, I conclude then, and thank you for your time, that the subject property's April 2018 market value should be reduced to $2,160,000.
Okay. So, Arca, do you have any questions about Mr. Slaughter's presentation before we go to rebuttal?
Yes, I do. Thank you very much. When I just wanted to ask you, start off with the questions on your comparables. So if on page 7 of your comparables, I did notice, I think it was comparable 8 and 9. Would you agree that the rent there appear to be way below than what an average rent is?
They are lower. They're at the lower end of the range. But having actually represented this property in a 2020 assessment appeal, I know why they're at the lower end of the range. There's difficulty renting some of the spaces in this building. This section of the West End on Portage Avenue has its difficulties, as I mentioned, and I think this is indicating that. Now, why I would take this one with a bit of grain of salt is that the calculation to come down to the net requires a calculation of the expenses that are to be eroded. But in any event, no matter what we deduct, these will be south of $10 a square foot. And in fact, the city themselves apply $10 a square foot or $9 to $10 a square foot for the upper floors of this building. I think it speaks to location and age.
Yeah, okay. That is 960 Portage, correct?
Correct.
And have you had the chance to look at the income and expense mailer for this particular comparable 960 Portage?
Yes, I did, because I handled the appeal on it.
Okay. Because when I looked at it, I did see net rents reported at $15.16 per square foot and $18.95 per square foot. Did you see those in the same?
Yes,
building?
but Mr. Assessor, those are gross and semi-gross rents.
They came as net, and they marked them as net.
I had reviewed the property. I know that those are semi-gross and gross rents. And again, as I say, the city themselves used $9 or $10 a square foot for the valuation on that property.
Well, yeah, when I saw what I did is I looked at income and expense mailers, and the way owner reported it, and I don't know if you remember it. If you do, let me know. Do you remember income and expense mailer being reported at net for unit 203,350 square feet at $15.16 per square foot?
Okay, Madam Chair, I mean, I could go on about this because I have the income form in front of me. I have it's clearly saying that they're semi-gross, but we're talking about things that aren't in evidence. I mean, he's stating something that really should be in rebuttal.
Well, yes.
But I can say under oath, I'm looking at it, it's gross.
Okay.
Yeah. There's a rent roll. I mean, Arca, if you'd like it, the rent roll that they provide in that income expense mailer clearly shows the X's under each of the items as the city requests that are not recovered from the tenants.
Okay, I think we can move on from that.
Okay.
Yeah, I asked me a question about that, and I'm going to ask it again.
Okay.
And let's see. I guess, so you did mention that the subject property is currently vacant, is that correct?
Well, I mean, I say vacant because they're not occupying it because it's under renovation. So the reason I said that is twofold. One is that, to be fair to the owner, we're assessing this as completely completed. And really, what should happen here is there should be a supplementary assessment for an unoccupied space until the date that they occupy it, and then a second supplementary. But the owner agrees with me that that's just going to cause confusion for the city. So let's just make sure that it's not an excessive value as we assess it as finished space. So my value is considering it in the future when it's done. But again, I don't really think that's fair to the owner because they're not going to occupy it until 2021, and the supplementary assessment is effective August 2020.
Are you aware how much money your client is spending on renovations of the property?
Yeah, I'm very aware. It's approximately $75 a foot. I know exactly what it entails. It entails nothing more than a reconfiguration of space. And as I mentioned, this is in keeping with what we had to do with our own office. Nothing changed in our office except the office demising walls, and then the HVAC and electrical had to change. And we were up to $100 a foot. So I went through that at length with the owner on the inspection and concluded that nothing's happening here except a reconfiguration of space, which anybody would have to do when you purchase a medical clinic for non-medical clinic uses.
Obviously. And are you aware how much money your client purchased the property at?
Yeah, that's post-reference your information, but yes, I'm very aware. I also know the motivations that they had, and I know what the market reaction in general was, which wasn't very strong.
Well, those are all questions I have for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Peach?
Yeah, you had made a comment that the renovations are not enhancing the value. I'm wondering if you could perhaps just comment on the fact that when you're undertaking a renovation, are you not to be bringing the property up to code at the point of the renovation?
Yes, certainly. they will have to make the changes that they require for their own use and occupancy to code, and that will require, you know, a number of expenses. But the point I'm making, I guess, Mr. Speech, is that, you know, any number of the leases that we discuss, when a new tenant moves in, will be taking a permit out for renovations to their space for their own personal use. And that is different, in my opinion, than purchasing a building, recladding it, redoing the roof, redoing the parking lot, things that are capital in nature. There's nothing capital here.
The comps that you presented on page 8, those were the basement comps. Are those leases all arm's length?
To the best of my knowledge.
Values presented at arm's length?
We always try, when we enter information into our databases, to verify. I mean, there are times when we miss something, but let me just go back and take a look at these. So my answer is going to be, to the best of my knowledge, yes. So Corden Avenue is La Scala Restaurant. We did represent that property, and it was arm's length lease. The college is definitely, that's Ash Management who owns it. So the college is an arm's length tenant. And the basement space at the building on Gary, I have no, I mean, it's I can't remember the occupant's name, but it has no relation to the owner of the building at all.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I have no questions, so we can move on to rebuttal evidence.
Okay, thanks very much. That would be appellant's rebuttal? Or I'm not sure if the city has rebuttal.
Just a second, I'll open the file.
Sorry, Mr. Assessor, we can't hear you.
Oh, I said, just give me a second, I'll open the file.
I still can't hear you. You seem to be speaking, like your face is turned away from the camera.
So I said, just give me, please give me 1 second, I will open the file. Okay. Okay, my personal rebuttal mostly relates to the classification and liability to taxation.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so perhaps Mr. Slaughter will go ahead with his rebuttal on this
Thank you,
time.
Madam Chair. Okay, so we have the second document that was sent last night. Everybody has that open. Rebuttal evidence from all districts.
Please give me 1 minute.
It's a 21-page document.
Here we go. Okay, here we go. No, why does that say 4 pages? You said it's 21 pages?
Yep.
Okay, here it is. Perfect. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Thank you. So this is referring to the city's comparisons that they had discussed on, what page was it now? Page 4, I believe, of their, page 7 of their evidence. So the very first comparison, now, if you'll recall, the city had 6 comparisons for the main and upper floor. And I had mentioned that most of them are in the St. James location. One is in the West End on Wall. And that was the very first one. And I think it was mentioned as being the best comparison by the assessor. We've investigated this. First of all, it just struck me as there's no way a building like this could rent for this high unless this is a gross rent. But the main point about this rent is that it is an internal rent. So we have here on the very first page a photograph of the property. It's occupied by MC College. What we did is a company search. Now, if I can ask you to go down the document to page 11. This is the beginning of our appendix. And what we do with a company search typically is we search the registered owner versus the owner of the business. And if there is a relation, of course, that implies that this is not an arm's length lease, and we instantly disregard it as appraisal theory. We should not be looking at this. It has no bearing to market. You will see on the business assessment notice, that 575 Wall, the name of the taxable party for the business is Joe Cairo. We then investigated the property tax notice. You'll see that on the next page. The registered owner is Frank Cairo Enterprises Limited. This one was easy for us. Usually it's going to be a numbered company, and then we have to do a search of principals. But we saved ourselves that step. And then we went one step further. We just checked their website, and you'll see on the next page, it's very clear that Frank Cairo started this school. He has it across Western Canada. He owns the locations, and his sons have taken over, Joe Cairo being his son. This is clearly an internal rent. So I'm not even going to discuss the fact that it's also more than likely gross, because there's no way a property like this, in my opinion, would command even close to this high of a rent. So we'd like the board to consider that this should not be considered as evidence, as an internal rent. That's our submission. The second comparison is 2000 Portage Avenue. Long time ago, there actually used to be board hearings here. Actually, my very first board hearing was at this location. It was now occupied by the Métis Child and Family Services for 26,000 square feet. I don't have any information on this. Oftentimes we work the property and I know the specifics about it, or I can find out from doing company searches. I have no information about this. I have no reason to believe it's not arm's length. That's not the case here, but I do have a suspicion that $15 a square foot may be semi-gross. And the reason I say that, and this is just based on my own experience, is that typically provincial tenants in their leases do not fully recover expenses. In my experience, the erosion can be anywhere from $2 to $4 or higher a square foot for items such as management, repair and maintenance, etc. I don't know. I just think that the rent here seems high. And not that I'm asking the board to consider this, but I sometimes think, okay, well, if the rent is actually $15, then certainly that's what the city would likely be applying. But no, in fact, when I look at the business assessment notice that we have in our appendix, you'll see that the market rent applied for April 18 is $247,297, which equates to $11.32. So I'm not saying that 1132 is right. I'm just saying that something seems up, and I'd be cautious about putting 100% weight on this. The other thing I should mention about this property is that, like the subject, it has a very large parking behind. It's almost identical in that way. It has actually 40 stalls behind the building. So from a parking comparison, it's a good comparison. But again, I wouldn't accept $15 with the questions in my mind and knowing that the city actually assessed it at $11.32. I'd just be cautious about that. The third comparison is 1880 Portage, actually, but we have nothing to say about that. That's at $12 a square foot for a newer, smaller building. The effective year is 1998. This is the city's third comparison. It's only 9,725 square feet, all on the main floor, and it's at $12. All of a sudden now, when we knock out the first comparison, question the second, and accept the third, we're back in the range that I'd been proposing all the time. The fourth comparison, 2595 Portage, is Birchwood Animal Hospital, and this one I do have some questions on. Again, in my experience, $20 a square foot for a property like this is high. It means to me that this must be a gross or semi-gross rent. And again, as a test, I say, well, how does the city assess this building, which was built, or effective year is 1975, much smaller than the subject property, and all on one floor. And you'll see that their business assessment market rent is $14.79 a foot. So again, they're not agreeing that $20 is likely the net rent. And this happens. People fill out these forms, and it appears that the rent that they state as the base rent is net. But in fact, after further investigation, we find it isn't. And one of the flags is when something shoots up that high. So again, I have nothing to discount this, except I would raise a question to it. The next comparison I talked about in our direct evidence. It's 1833 Portage. It's in the St. James area, one floor only, effective year 1975, smaller than the subject. I had said the rent was $10, and that was actually coming from city's evidence on another property, which I have in evidence here. But the city's saying it's 12. And I think that's reasonable because rents sometimes step up. So the only point I have to make here is that, and again, this is part of our evidence too, is that the $12 wasn't signed in 15. It was likely a step up in 17 or 18 or something. And I wouldn't discount that. I just keep that in the back of my mind that that's not a fresh lease, it's a step up. Still fine for evidence. And again, it still supports our position. And the last comparison the city had was a much newer and smaller building on Ness in St. James. It's 1990 was its original age, and it's at 1350. I have nothing to say about that property except, sure, 1990s building, and that's only 1,935 square feet, could command 1350. But our 1955 subject in the West End, that's much larger, shouldn't. So again, I don't think anything here steers us away from the conclusions that I made in our direct evidence. That completes my analysis and rebuttal of the main and second floor rents provided by the city. If I may now move into my comments on the basement, and we'll find that on page 5. The first comparison that I have a concern with is actually the city's 15th comparison on page 7 of their evidence. It's 865 Waverly. I know this building because we worked it for the 2020 assessment. We were engaged by an ex-colleague of mine from Deloitte who works for KGS. It's an engineering consulting firm. They own this building. It's called KGS Place. It's a numbered company as the registered owner. It's KGS. You will see on the rent roll that I've provided in near the last page of our evidence. Well, actually, I'll be exact about that. The rent roll is included on page. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't number these pages. You will find it halfway through the appendix. It's just after the business assessments I mentioned before. It says page 10, but that's the original page number. In any event, you'll see that the lower level, this basement space, is occupied by Conismentis Gramontis Smith. It's KGS. That is KGS. And it was verified to us when we did the appeal that, yeah, that's our space. We occupy, it's our building. We occupy the second floor, part of the third, and the basement space. It's an internal rent. It shouldn't be considered at all. So that's 865 Waverly. We have no concern about the arm's length nature of any of the other comparisons, but here's where we think there's a very important distinction. Let's go back to the questions I asked the assessor about the fenestration or natural light of the subject property. And in fact, there's only one, you can't even see it, but most of the basement is completely lacking natural light. One room on the end has a bit of natural light from a recessed grass area at the very end of the building. That's it. So the majority of this basement space is without fenestration. When we look at some of the comparisons that the city has, we're going to see a very different asset. The first one that the city uses 4 times are units within 1483 Pembina. There's a photograph on page 5 of my rebuttal of 1485 Pembina. That's the basement that you see on the main floor. It's not really a basement. It's what I call a recessed level. And it has full fenestration. We worked this building in the past, and I can say that the rents for these type of spaces don't typically vary much from the upper floors. And at that time, they were in the $9 range, which is exactly what the assessor's saying. So, $9. So $8 and $9 a square foot is what is commanded here. But look at the space. It's fully, it has full fenestration. We should be less than that. The next comparison, not in order of the cities, but I'm just going down the list of my rebuttal. This is comparisons 7 through 9 on the city's evidence. It's 226 Osborne. This is our client's building, Inlet Properties. I know this building well. And the lower level, not basement, you can see in these pictures, full fenestration. And they do command a slightly higher rent. So here we range from $6.60 a square foot up to $11 a square foot. And I would suggest that makes sense. This is not like the subject. 1479 Waverly, or sorry, that's a mistake. It should say 1479 Buffalo. I apologize. 1479 Buffalo is the city's comparisons for number 10 through 14. We know this building as well. I was out to take a look and confirmed that the basement spaces have fenestration. You can hear the unit in question. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, I hear a beep. The unit in question at the front here, it's just recessed, that's all. Full door, full windows. This is not really basement space in my opinion. And here in this building, which has, by the way, a massive parking lot at the back as well, the rents commanded are between $8 and I think it's this front unit actually is $11.75. It's not the same. It's like a recessed level. All of the other comparisons that the city has, that would only be 1700 Ness and 185 Provencher. Those are basements. They're like the subject, with very small little areas maybe for light, but that's it. And those rents range from $650 to $890 a square foot. And they're all much smaller. They're all around 1,000 square feet or less. So let's pause for a moment. Of all these comparisons the city has, a majority are far superior. One shouldn't be included. And the rest actually completely support, especially with economies of scale adjustment, the range that I provided, which was saying that we would probably be in $7 a square foot. So it's very important to stratify these comparisons, be more clinical about how we look at them. And when we do that, I think the board will find the evidence in totality supports the rents that we had proposed at the beginning. That concludes my rebuttal on the city's market rents. The next section talks about capitalization rates, but I won't spend much time here because the assessor, it basically isn't, contesting their own cap rate, and we're not contesting it. Again, I feel it's fair. I'm not including the 5%, so I really think it's fair. But I have some information here. I'll just say this very quickly, that I don't think the capitalization rates are relevant for this property, or in some cases at all. And I have information on each and every one of them, but I'm not going to go in depth, Madam Chair, because we're not contesting cap rate. Okay, so the appendix then is just the supporting documents I discussed for each of the rent comparisons. The very last page of my appendix, you'll see a border revision report for the property at 960 Portage. If I can ask you to go down to that one. This is the property that Arca and I were discussing there. That was one of the Altus comparisons. And I mentioned this is a semi-gross and gross rent situation. But it's an interesting property for a few reasons. And now that it's been brought up in evidence, I feel it's appropriate to bring it up in rebuttal. Number one, the unit, which is a seminary of learning, has been classified as such by the city. You'll see that on the second page. So the city in this case agrees that when something is a seminary of learning, it should be exempt from school taxes. Number two, it's in the same location as the subject. It's a similar age. It's a suburban office building. You'll see the pictures here on page 3. Very comparable. And page 4 is what the city used as the market rents. Again, we contested this because the actual rents are a little less than this. But even this is supporting my conclusion about rents in this area for this type of building. And the other point that I had here, just in case we started discussing cap rate, is that the capitalization rate applied is consistent with ages and locations that are similar to the subject. It's 8.15%. So I can understand if this isn't fair rebuttal, but this did come up in evidence and it supports everything I'm saying. So I'll conclude that there, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Assessor. Do you have questions of the rebuttal evidence?
Okay, well, for the rebuttal evidence, I just wanted to point out that applicant brought forth examples of the basement rents and fenestrations and so forth. With such, I just looked at it again, and I'll ask the applicant this question. Would you agree that more current rents would be more appropriate? I guess I would represent a better view of the market than the older rents.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Assessor, the words you used before are very important in any of these sort of questions. All other things being equal, I would agree with that comment.
Yeah. Do you see the compound of, we have used 1700 Ness Avenue as a building that doesn't have a fenestration similar to subject property. Yeah. Those would be comp 1 and comp 2 of my report.
Right.
Would you tell me that the property that has a new rent, would you agree that it would have better representation of the market value rent then?
Yeah, I agree that in general, those are not bad comparisons as far as the fenestration, as far as the date, I think is what you're saying. But the important factors here is that as an appraiser or evaluator, you always have to also make adjustments for other very clear factors that the market would recognize. And the two factors here are age, 1990 for the comparison versus 55, and size. These are 1,860 square feet compared to over 6,000. So with those adjustments, I think these comparisons are actually very good comparisons and confirm my $7 a square foot for the subject.
Okay, then with all the renovations that the subject property is undergoing right now, as you were saying, they are fitment renovations. However, they would include new interior finishes like new flooring. And you mentioned also HVAC and furnaces, and those would be more in a capital nature. Is that correct?
If HVAC was being replaced, it would be more capital, but that's not what's happening. They're just moving the connections so that the new demised offices have the proper, by code, airflow. This is consistent with what I see happen almost every time somebody occupies a space that is not in the configuration that works for their needs. As I say, almost every rent that we will see will have some degree of renovations. And it's important to consider the degree of that when the renovations are paid for by the landlord. Of course, that enhances the rent, and we have to be careful about using that as a comparison. But the point being is nothing here is enhancing value, in my opinion. It's configuring the space to their needs.
Well, those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Peach.
Thank you for your presentation. I have no questions.
Nor do I. Okay, so I guess we finished the valuation part. We still have liability to taxation, but perhaps we can take a quick 5 minutes break for everybody before we move on to that.
Certainly.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Mr. Slaughter, I guess the next issue up is the liability and taxation. So
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is back to the direct evidence. If I can ask you to turn to that document. And on page 13, you'll find a very brief summary of the issue at hand. And it has to do with the liability of taxation for this occupant.
May I have a second? I just need to find the direct evidence page.
That's fine.
what page is it on?
Page 13 is the summary.
Okay. Thank you.
If everybody has that then on page 13.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't have it yet. Just
Okay.
give one second. I'll just.
No problem.
I better off just closing them off, I guess. Okay. I think I do. That's a 47-page document, right? And I just need to find page 13, you say?
Page 13.
Okay. Yes, okay. I'm there.
Okay, so this is the summary, and I'll just mention that it will be referring to the website or the information about the occupant themselves, which will be found on pages 23 through 25, 26, sorry. So on page 23 to 26, you'll find information that I'll be referring to about the occupant organization. And on page 27 forward is a relatively recent Court of Queen's Bench of Manitoba decision that has become basically the guiding principle for similar issues throughout Manitoba. I want to be clear, Madam Chair, I don't mean to be interpreting law here. What I am doing simply is talking about the issues in the legislation that have become almost completely consistently applied and why I think it should be applied in this case as well. So back to page 13, I mentioned that the entire building, since the date of the purchase in August of 2020, is now owned and will be occupied, it isn't yet, by Commissionaires Manitoba. The social mandate of Commissionaires Manitoba is to provide meaningful employment that meets the needs of veterans of the Canadian Armed Forces, the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, their families, and others who wish to contribute to the security and well-being of Canadians. This property, no, I should pause. They have a property currently at 290 Burnell. That property and this one have been subjects of letters written directly to the city assessor requesting this. So this is a repeat. The owner has yet to hear back from the city assessor, and he very well may be currently in the process of granting this, which would make our appeal moot. But because it hasn't yet been done, we need to go through it today. And I ask, because it hasn't been done, that the board still make a decision on this issue that the assessor can still consider with the separate documentation. The property will be used primarily as a training facility for the organization's members. One of the three core services provided by the organization is, and this is according to their website, training. We offer a range of dynamic training solutions: security guard training, marine facility security training, and customer service training. If you please just flip ahead, I mentioned those pages 22 to 24. If I can ask you to go quickly to page 24, sorry, page 25, you'll see from their own website that talks about the organization, the training section. Commissionaires is today's leader for excellence in training. We offer a range of dynamic training solutions: security guard training, marine facility security training, customer service training, combining leading edge theory and tactics with hands-on practical skills. Our courses are delivered by highly trained subject matter experts with relevant real life experience in the business and service industries. And then it lists all of their curriculum on the next two pages. Again, the reason that they chose this property, in my opinion, almost a motivated sale, is not just that they needed more room for training, but the proximity to Vimy Ridge Park, which was important to the veterans themselves. They're actually going to be volunteering their security guards to patrol the park for safety reasons of the community. I think it's a fantastic thing, and I really commend the organization for that. So that's what they do. Section 23(1) of the Municipal Assessment Act states, subject to sections 25 and 26, real property is exempt from taxation for school purposes. So this is just school tax. Where the property, and subsection D, is owned or is held in trust for and is used by a college or seminary of learning to a maximum exemption of 1.62 hectares, which is greater than the area of the property. So the Act talks about a seminary of learning. And for many years, that was a little gray. You know, what does this apply to? Is it just the colleges, the universities, schools? Who is it? In the court case I mentioned, assessor for the City of Winnipeg versus the Law Society of Manitoba, MGQB 193, it was a very similar situation. That court case dealt with the Law Society downtown, which is not a college or school of any kind, but its purpose is to enhance the abilities and knowledge of its membership. It's training. In the written decision, the judge states in paragraph 11, again, the entire decision is included in our evidence, but they state the Supreme Court of Canada's judgment in Worldwide Evangelization Crusade Canada versus the Corporation of the Village of Beamsville in 1960 is authority for the proposition that the word seminary has not acquired any fixed legal meaning. Indeed, its primary meaning remains simply a place of education. Paragraph 23, for example, when one examines the stated objectives or purposes of the Law Society along with the objectives of its members, it is fair to conclude that notwithstanding the existence of the other functions performed, the primary and properly understood purpose of the Law Society remains, broadly speaking, educational. So, the Law Society doesn't exist just for education. Its building isn't used solely for education purposes, but its understood purpose really is educational. And that's exactly what we're arguing here today for the Commissionaires Manitoba. Its primary purpose is to train its members for employment opportunity. There is a kind of another very important statement that the court makes. I'm just going to pause for a moment, please, Madam Chair. So in that decision, the court was determining Worldwide Evangelization Crusade, where they're talking about what is a seminary. Well, it's a place of education. It doesn't have to be an exact college. And they go on to say on paragraph 12, they say, in other words, if a place has students, physical facilities, teachers or instructors, and a curriculum designed to fulfill the advancement in life of those in attendance so that they better may pursue their vocation or life's work, it should be held to be a seminary for educational purposes. That's it. That's exactly what we're saying. I've shown you that the purpose of this, of the majority of this building, or a good portion of the building, is it's a training facility. It has instructors, it has students, it has the physical facility, and it has a curriculum. The second part of the Law Society decision talks about, okay, actually it wasn't even in question at this point that the city was saying, yeah, the Law Society is educational, but it's only the training room that we should be exempting, like 1/3 of the building. Well, the Law Society decision goes on to say that no, if the purpose of the organization is for educational purposes, there's nothing in the Act that talks about a portion of the property. In paragraph 42, if I may pause for a moment. Sorry, Madam Chair, just 1 second. No, it's not paragraph. It's paragraph 29 and 30. Okay, so this is paragraph 29 in the decision. The judge says about the Law Society, in my view, it does not follow that because portions of the property at 219 Kennedy are utilized for the Law Society's regulatory purpose, its otherwise exempt status as seminary of learning should be lost. They don't follow that logic. If such were to be the inevitable result, the wording in section 23(1)(d) that I quoted earlier would have been different. For example, it may have read as follows. D, is owned by or is held in trust for and is used solely, that's the word that they're pretending to add, solely by a college or solely by a seminary of learning. The word solely does not appear, and it should not be read into the legislation. That would appear to have the position of the board which correctly rejected the city assessor's position that the Law Society's regulatory function should disqualify it from the school tax exemption. In other words, they're saying there's nothing in the act that says the whole building has to be used for training. Its purpose is for training. That, you know, half the building is training rooms. The building, the property should be exempt from school tax. So two clear points that the Law Society has provided, and it is basically an uncontested guidance as far as I can tell now, is that if it's used for training, it's a seminary. If even a portion of the building is used for training, the entire premise should be exempt from school tax. So, Madam Chair, I hope that explains our rationale, why we ask in our conclusions that not only the value be reduced to $2,160,000, but the classification be changed from 60 to 40S, which is school tax exempt. That is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Assessor, do you have questions?
Yes, I do. What has been brought up here is subject. You have brought forth information about a case with the Law Society and relating it to subject property. So may I ask you the following question? Subject property, what functions does it do besides providing education and training?
Training is about half of the area that they'll be occupying, but what they also do is they make sure that these members, once they're trained, get employment. So those are the two primary functions of the organization.
Okay, so what we have determined here is primary functions of the organization is employment and the training, and there will be about 50% and 50% occupancy of the building. Is that correct?
Yeah, those are very approximate, Mr. Assessor, but yeah,
Okay.
that's the idea.
But and again, currently there is no activity. Subject property is under construction, so there is no training or I guess basically owner or tenant doesn't occupy the building at the present time. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, and that that's an important point because I said at the beginning, like we're assessing this property as if completely finished and used for this purpose, but of course that won't be the case until early 2021. So we've got 7 months or so of an excessive assessment, and I'm asking the board to consider that in their deliberation as well. But in keeping with that, like you say, we're also asking if you're going to assess it like it's occupied, then give it the exemption as if it's occupied.
Next question would be is we are assessing it at value, market value of the property. The property is not occupied. If we go to page, I guess 41 of your report, no, page 42, I'm sorry. Actually, it starts on page 41, but in it, in a nutshell, would you agree that prior to issuing an order, judge determined what a dominant activity of a law society is, prior to authorizing what would be the outcome of the judgment? So in that, on page 42 at the very top, it was established before a decision was made that a dominant activity at 219 Kennedy is education. Do you agree with me that that was determined in such a fashion prior to rendering a decision?
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that.
Okay. Again, I'll go back. The subject property is currently vacant, and nobody can render a decision at this point what would be the dominant activity at subject property at this time until they move in and occupy the property. Would you agree with me on that?
Well, no, because we know what the organization does. I mean, they're currently in operation on Burnell Street. Again, there's a request for the exemption there as well. So there's two hypotheticals taking place, and I don't think it's appropriate to split them apart. If we're hypothetically assuming that the building is completed for the assessment, then we should also be applying the exemption back to that date. I mean, following your logic, I guess what really should happen here is the assessment should be land value only, because it's unoccupiable, until such time that they finish, at which time it be reassessed at the value I propose with the exemption. But maybe in that
I don't think, I think you are suggesting something way out of outside of what I'm suggesting. The assessment, and I guess I'll, if I may provide a bit of explanation, or should I put it in a form of a question, Madam Chair?
Sorry?
I guess there was a bit of confusion as to what the land value or assessment should be, even though we're discussing classification and liability to taxation at this point. So I asked the permission if I could provide an explanation instead of putting it in a question format.
Well, you'll have an opportunity to.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Would I guess I'll present it later, and then my next question is you are bringing subject properties. I guess Commissioner's current property at Burnell's. To my knowledge, exemptions. Partial exemptions have been addressed already and granted.
Oh,
Are you aware of that?
no, I hadn't heard that they had heard a response yet, but if they are, then that actually cements the issue here because it's the same organization.
Yeah, and when we look at the Municipal Assessment Act Section 23(1)(d), would you do you see that and actually I probably should. Do you see that it states that use is necessary in order to qualify for the exemption? So it says is owned or is held in trust and is used by a college or seminary. So do you agree with me that Section 23(1) of the Part D of the Municipal Assessment Act clearly states that usage of the property as a college or seminary is necessary for the section to be applicable?
Yes, that is the wording. But Mr. Assessor, this comes back to my original point. The city wants to assess this property as if completed. And in reality, from the time that the supplementary is issued in August of 2020 to the time that it's done in early 21, it is in an unoccupiable state. This is the definition of assessable property in the same act, that the improvement is or is capable of being occupied for used for purposes other than construction or substantial renovation. So in other words, if we're going to follow your logic and not apply the exemption, which I assume that you're saying, because now we've established that it actually, this organization is considered by the city to be a seminary of learning. So I don't think the question of the exemption is in question. The question is the timing. But in my position, it is completely unfair to assess them as if completed, but not allow the exemption for some time. The answer then, Mr. Assessor, is that the city has to go back, reissue a supplementary from August 2020 reflecting what is not an occupiable state, whatever that may be, a very deducted improvement value or land only, until the date that they occupy it, issue a second supplementary assessment, hopefully at the value we propose, with the exemption. But what I'm proposing here is that we come to an easier conclusion.
But what you are saying is that the subject property currently, so I'll put it this way, subject property currently is under renovation.
Yes.
Did you state that renovation are mostly a fitment in character and do not bear any structural renovations or anything that would really affect the value? Did you state
Yeah,
that?
that's correct. And I want to make this very clear. I mean, if we want to go through every single rent comparison, we're going to find that everybody has to go through some reconfiguration when they take new space. That's very different than capital improvements or value enhancing renovations. That's not the case. The dollar value doesn't equate to it, even though the dollar value should not be brought up because it's post-reference. That notwithstanding, the physical condition of the space right now is all the demising walls gutted and the equipment hanging down. You could occupy it, but you're not going to get much done. It's in a state of renovation, which is what the Act contemplates. Like the Act is basically saying when a building is being done, it gives a 2-year time frame. When it's being constructed, let's be fair to the developer and not tax it as if it's completed until it's completed and occupied. That's not what's happening here, but I'm not panicked because if we follow that to the full extent, that means every time a new unit comes in a shopping mall, a supplementary is warranted. Of course, nobody wants that. That would just be chaos. So again, this is why I'm proposing. Fine, we'll assess it like it's done, which is what we're doing here. But then let's allow the exemption. because it's owned now and it's going to be used by. Otherwise, fine. Adjust the assessment accordingly for the time that they're not occupying it, and then have the exemption take place when they occupy.
But would you agree with me that Section 23(1)(d) of the Municipal Assessment Act clearly states that it has to be occupied prior for it to be applicable?
Yes, the same act also says that you should not assess an improvement if it's under substantial renovation or construction.
But you yourself stated that it's not a substantial renovation or construction, just a fitment. Is that correct?
Fair comment, but it's not occupied, is my point.
Well, it doesn't have to be, but in order for Section 23(1)(d) to be applicable, again.
Well, listen, I think the owner would be, I don't want to go too far without their permission, but Mr. Assessor, is what you're saying that we're in agreement, it's just a matter of the timing, so that when they occupy it, the city would issue the exemption with another supplementary?
Exactly, and it's at the bottom of my rebuttal too.
Okay, well, so Madam Chair, this puts me in an awkward position because I think the case is very compelling. I hope the board agrees. In fact, now that I know that the organization is considered exempt at their other location, but if I agree to this, I put the owner at risk that, that it would be nice for the board to make a decision, and then I don't know how to handle that at that point. I don't know if the wording on the decision could reflect that. I think the safest thing, though, in my opinion, is that we're assuming it's occupied and finished, so let's use the exemption at that time.
Okay, well, I think we have your presentation. And sorry, Mr. Pike, did you have any questions for Mr. Slaughter?
I have none at this time.
Sorry?
I have none at this time.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Assessor, please proceed.
I guess I did submit my brief. Let me just open it real quick. I will be brief. A lot has already been discussed. I'll just present some key points, and that should be done. I just need to find it here. Just give me a second. Okay, where is my rebuttal?
Which brief? What is this labeled as? So we can.
Item 4, file 2605 80.
No. Is this a 4-page? Like, how many pages is this one? So I'll know which one to go.
Okay, I think it's like 4. I think it is 4-page.
This is the 4-page one. Okay, thank you. Mr. Pike, did you find the correct?
Sorry, no, one second. I'm just trying to find this one.
Okay. I believe it was with the rebuttal document package, and it's a 4-page one, if I'm correct.
It is.
And I believe it's a Word document rather than a PDF.
It is. Okay, so we covered the section 53.2. I'm not going to go into that. I just want to stress out that section 23.1 deals the Municipal Assessment Act. For that to apply, it is necessary that subject property is owned, held in trust, and is used as a seminary and or as a college or seminary of learning. At this point, it is not occupied. That's why Assessment and Taxation Department cannot apply section 23.1D at the present time. Again, most of the page 1 stresses out that occupancy is necessary for section 23.1D is to apply. And hold on. Page 2, again, states once again that once it's applied, exemption at their current location will carry forward into the new location. But again, they have to occupy the premise in order for that to apply. I'm not going to go over the section of the Municipal Act. If you want to review it, my main point in this whole presentation is that subject property needs to be occupied by the occupied in order for section 23.1D to be applicable. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Slaughter, do you have questions?
Yeah, I don't want to go too long, Madam Chair, but there's a couple of key points we've discussed here. Number one, I don't think the exemption, if I understand correctly, is in contention now. It's just the timing of it. But I just stress it's unfair to be assessing the property in a condition that it isn't, but then withhold the exemption because they're not yet occupying the space. You know, the correct thing to have done would have been to assess the property in an unoccupiable state without the exemption and then another supplementary later. But we're trying to find an easy way around this for the sake of the city and the taxpayer. But what this comes down to then is not
Mr.
only a
Slaughter,
question.
do you have any questions for him? There'll be
Oh, I'm sorry.
chance for a summary in a couple minutes.
Yeah, sorry. No questions at all.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Peich, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, sorry, I have no questions either. Sorry, I didn't. Please go ahead if anyone. If you have.
Yeah, I'm probably way far ahead. I think the assessor would summarize first anyway, so I'll
Yeah.
keep quiet for a moment.
Okay, sorry, Mr. Assessor. So, would you like to summarize?
Again, what has been discussed here is value, liability to taxation, and classification of subject property. We've discussed the things for about many aspects. I believe that there's a value that the evidence that I have presented is constitutes the market value of the subject property, as well as Section 23(1)(b) of the Municipal Assessment Act constitutes that subject property needs to be occupied prior for it to be applicable. And I'll leave the board with that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Slaughter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, we're talking about the timing of the exemption, and I'm just stressing that it's, in my opinion, unfair to be withholding the exemption but assessing the property in a condition that it isn't, because that's clear in the Act. It has to be based on the current physical condition. But I'm also conceding that can open up a lot of difficulties. So we're trying to work the best we can with the city, but then we ask the board to really look at the evidence before them about the value, because the value is excessive, especially considering that approximately half the time that we're assessing until the next reassessment is not even occupiable. And that notwithstanding, the evidence is compelling that in a completed state, the market rent should be significantly less, both on the main floor and especially the basement. The question of improvements keeps coming up, but I really want to stress this, that every space goes through some type of renovations typically. It's very seldom that an office tenant moves in an as-is basis. I can show you leases or subleases of those examples. They're low, and that's why. There's a difference between configuring a space to a specific use versus enhancing the value through capital improvements or other value-enhancing elements. And the subject is definitely in the former. Think of this. Clinic would have spent a lot of money because they're a medical clinic. A lot of work has to go into configuring a medical clinic, and often those costs are amortized into a higher rent. That's why we see higher rents. Does that mean the market value of the property is enhanced? This proves no, because nobody else in the market except another medical clinic will want that configuration. Conversely, if your organization or my organization or any other organization bought this in 2021 from the commissioners of Manitoba, we'd likely say, whoa, there's too much training room, too much open space, we got to redo this. That's common. That doesn't enhance the value in any way. That's, again, it actually cements the reason why we have to be cautious about when we see a rent, for example, that has improvements added and amortized in, because they're not really enhancing value, not over the life of the building. They're enhancing value to the user, not to the market. That is clear. Notwithstanding that, many of the comparisons have improvements as well, and we have compelling evidence to suggest that even as a very nice open concept single occupant space, of this age, in this location, of this size, the rents we provide are compelling and substantiated. Not only that, we've provided sales to back up our income approach. So it's really the value that I'm really focusing on here. I feel it's very compelling, notwithstanding the fact that we're unfairly assessing the property for 8 or 9 months and not in its physical condition. Notwithstanding that, the evidence is compelling. I ask the board to consider it. And because we're assessing in a completed state, I ask the board to apply the exemption as of the date of the supplementary. And that concludes our presentation. I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. I'll leave it with us. And I guess perhaps before we move on to the next one, we'll just take a 5-minute recess.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Are we off?
Not yet. I have a new assistant, so just give me a moment.
Okay,
I think it's outside of you.
feel a little less crazy right now.
Yeah, I'm hearing that too. We'll get some of the tracks.
Okay, are we?
I'm waiting.
Oh, okay.
That we are. Sorry? We're on. Okay, yes, we're live, Madam Chair. Go ahead.
Okay, I will call this meeting. Feel a little less crazy right now.
Yeah, I'm hearing that.
Okay, I'm going to call this meeting back to order. Mr. Assessor, please proceed with your presentation.
All right. So, Madam Chairman, there is a preliminary issue I would like to address prior to proceeding. Within the submission of the documents, there were large volume of documents that was submitted by the applicant, and it appeared to be post late submissions. I just wanted to address that issue and ask that those documents be expunged from the evidence as being submitted late. And also, this particular property has similar issues as the prior one. We are discussing quantum, we are discussing liability taxation, as well as classification of property. Which way should we proceed then? Similar to the previous one, or would you suggest some other way to go?
No, so what we'll probably do is just go through the valuation first, and then once we're finished that, we can go on to the next issue. We'll just deal with each issue at a time.
Okay.
Okay. So what documents are you referring to, and what were the dates?
Okay, let me just go for that. So, from what I received, there's like this property has lots of documents. Let me just open up the prior one. I don't know if you have same numbering or not, but in a nutshell, evidence 0 to 5. Those files, let me just open up the files. I believe they have the number 0s through 11 or 10. Items 0 to 5 were submitted on time. Everything else was submitted late. If you have the same, if the information that you have is, I guess, labeled the same as when I got it. It has up like it starts out item 5, file number, applicant 0, applicant 1, applicant 2, applicant 3, and it goes to 10. So 11 documents in total. Only 0 through 5 were submitted within the allotted deadline.
So, Madam Chair, if I can just speak for a moment regarding the evidence exchange.
Please.
There were some approvals given to the applicant to submit documents. They were having server issues and weren't able to submit everything on time.
Okay.
And the appeals manager was aware of the late submission.
Okay, so they have permission to do so?
They were given a permission to submit some of these documents past the deadline, yes.
Okay, so then this is moot at this point? Okay.
Well, I guess how late, because item number 10 was submitted on November 30th.
Ms. Belshaw?
I said applicant's last item was submitted on November 30th.
Yes, no, and I'm asking Ms. Belshaw what the appeals manager had.
Yeah, the document that was November 30th, I believe, was submitted as, that's what I understood to be the rebuttal. Are you referring to the 15-1 agreement?
No, it's item number 10 of the actual document. It's called the Applicant Municipal Assessment Act. $42-page document.
Yes, the pages of the Municipal Assessment Act.
Yeah, it starts out as a municipal assessment act and then goes on into various board of revision order and reports from Deloitte and some other various information. So it's not necessarily 100% municipal assessment act.
Madam Chair, can I ask for a short recess just to verify the sent dates on some of these emails?
Sure. Okay. We'll just take a short recess then.
Okay.
Thanks.
Are we live?
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you everyone for waiting. I have spoken with the I'll call this meeting back to order. I've spoken with the appeals manager who advised that she did approve the late submission of the applicant's evidence due to IT issues. However, there was an oversight and she neglected to advise the assessment and taxation department. So Mr. Neufeld, do you have anything else you would like to add to this before we make our decision as to whether or not we're going to allow?
Well, yeah, sure. On November 5th, what happened was that our company was hit by a cyber attack, probably ransomware, and our systems were down for over 2 weeks. So we made the appeals manager aware of this, and we submitted a bunch of information. So some of it was a few days late. Then when I received the package from Kara on Monday, I noted that some of the stuff we had sent in was not included, so I just resubmitted it. This was information that it was a few days late, but just to be fair, the information could be construed as our main argument or as rebuttal because it's all part of the same issue, and all of it is in the public domain.
Okay. Mr. Mercury?
Madam Chair, thank you. I just wanted to address one other comment the assessor made. You mentioned that some of the information was post-reference, so I wanted to address that in advance if you're dealing with that at the moment. There are two issues before you, value and classification. I'll be speaking specifically to the classification issue. When you're dealing with classification matters, of course, you're dealing with the existing use or intended use, not the date, not the reference date for market value purposes. So it's entirely permissible, in fact, entirely appropriate to have current information well past the reference date. We're dealing with the taxation year, not the reference date for valuation purposes. So I wanted to address that. That shouldn't be a matter of contention. So I'll be speaking to the issue of what this land is used in and intended to be used for, which will go to the classification issue. So post-reference should not be a concern, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, we are going to take a short recess and discuss this, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with our decision. Thank you. Okay, let me know when we're live.
Okay, we are live.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling this meeting back to order. We have decided that we will allow the evidence as is. And Mr. Mercury, as for the issue you brought up regarding the material and classification, we'll deal with that when we get to classification. So right now, let's just start 346 Pacific Avenue. Let's start with valuation. Mr. Assessor, please proceed.
File number 2627, roll number 1309-611-5300, address 346 Pacific Avenue, owners 10052219 Manitoba Limited. It's a surface parking lot, zone character, with a character zoning, land area 43,769 square feet. Accommodates 120 stalls. I ask the board to confirm the 2021 assessed value at $1,872,000. Page 2 contains street and aerial view of subject property. Again, such property had a recent sale that will be discussed, addressed later as to the details of the sale and so forth. Again, for the value calculation, we have 120 stalls at $65 net per stall, which arrives at the annual rental value of $93,600. With capitalization rate of 5%, total value is $1,872,000. Okay, overall value arrives at $42.77 per square foot, or $1,863,061 per acre. For the comparables, we have selected properties that are parking lots similar to subject property. Average rent is $79.07 per square foot, and the median rent is $73.75 per stall. And some of the parking lots are in what considered exchange district, but they're on the outskirts of it, closer to subject property. Again, parking lots that were considered for the comparables are not the wouldn't be considered a prime downtown parking lots, but would be on the outskirts of downtown, similar to subject property. Subject property is also in Chinatown area, on the outskirts of the downtown as well. Vacant land sales are also provided, and again, over there you can see properties in West Broadway, Centennial Neighborhood, Spence, West Alexander, Central Park. Overall, we have sale prices that go into $59.14 for average and $62.55 per square foot for median. Okay, furthermore, the discussion on cap rates is on page 7. Excerpts from Municipal Assessment Act and a fresh look as to other things is on the last concludes my presentation on the value. And while I'm still I just want to address that this property has quantum as well as liability to taxation and classification as matters brought forth before the board here, and it is the view of the assessment and taxation department, and that will probably be discussed much later when the classification evidence will be presented, that the subject property currently is surface parking lot, and that's how we are viewing it at the present time. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Neufeld, do you have questions for the assessor?
Yes, I do. And I think some of the questions might straddle the classification. So I don't know if you want me to attempt to hold off on them, but I think they're connected. But I'll start. First question is the assessor is, what is the current use of this lot?
Okay, subject property, again, current use of the subject property, to the best of my knowledge, is a surface parking lot.
Have you inspected that?
I did a drive-by a few weeks ago, and what I did notice was that it was still being very much usable as a parking lot.
Well, how many cars were on it?
I don't think I didn't do a car count, and it is a bit irrelevant at the present time to provide car counts in the matter of in light of the overall occupancy of parking lots in the downtown area altogether. So in December, during pandemic, providing and as the number of cars being used in a parking lot, I don't think it's relevant.
Well, it's not your question, your determination whether it's relevant in my question or not, but was there a meter on the site, a ticket dispenser of any sort for parking, or signage to indicate how you could pay for parking?
I cannot say so. I did not observe any such instance.
And did you check the legal use of the lot? Can it legally be used for non-accessory parking?
Can you say it again, sorry?
Can it legally be used for non-accessory parking?
To the best of my knowledge, at the present time, it can.
Who did you verify this with?
I checked the documentation provided with a purchase agreement and development agreement, and came to the conclusion that it can be used as a parking lot at the present time.
And since you brought that matter up, did you, the purchase agreement, did you interview either the owner or the purchaser or the vendor for their assistance on that matter?
No, I did not interview purchaser or the vendor. No.
On page 2, there's an overhead picture. Can you tell me what those structures or things are that are parallel to Ross Avenue?
Those things, I cannot tell you what they are, as that picture is 2018. During my inspection, I did not observe them being there.
Now, on page 3, you've got the request for information that a letter was sent to this site. Is that correct?
Page 3.
Yes.
Well, I believe, I'm not sure why that information is there. This was a city-owned parking lot that was sold. Again, that was sold to be redeveloped.
So was a letter
I
sent?
cannot speak to the information as to whether the letter was sent or not.
Was there a return filed?
I cannot speak to that either. I don't have that information.
Do you have the actual rental rates for the property?
Subject property again was the City of Winnipeg parking lot, managed and under City of Winnipeg Parking Authority. I do not have any more information as to the specifics of rents that were there back at the time of, I guess, prior to the purchase.
So you do not think that the actual rents charged might be relevant to the valuation if you were using, calling this surface parking?
I don't have information as to actual rents.
On page 5, you have a number of sales at the bottom of the page. Were these all sold as parking lots?
So you are talking about sales?
Yes. Bottom of page 5. Were they all sold as parking lots?
Well, the park, except for the item number 2, the other parks are the parking lots. So to the best of my knowledge, they were parking lots.
They were sold as parking lots. And the subject property is a little over an acre in size, a fair bit larger than the comparables. Was there any thought to adjustments?
Price per square foot is a calculation that was done. That's all.
Pardon me?
The only calculation that was done is the price per square foot on the sale. No other adjustments were okay.
Those are my questions, unless Mr. on the value, unless Mr. Mercury has some.
Mr. Mercury?
No further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Peich?
I apologize, I was on mute. I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. McFadden?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Okay, nor do I. So, Mr. Neufeld?
Get my report out here. Oh, here we go. Sorry. I'm looking at my report. I think it's around 60 pages or so. Excuse me. The background on this property, and all of this was again submitted in a rather mixed fashion, so I apologize for that. But when people hack your system, there's nothing you can do. Starting on page 3, there's the development plan for the site, and this was a synopsis of the RFP's response that the owner did, as well as the request for proposal under from Center Venture. Center Venture was the owner of the property at time of sale. They acquired the land from the City of Winnipeg as surplus for $1 in 2017 after the city records were moved, and in the process of liquidating it through Center Venture. So the deal was struck with the current owner in and around that time, and eventually became processed later after a series of civic approvals. The land was never allowed to be used for surface parking, and I refer you to this is one of the documents, the late documents, so-called. I don't know where it is in your package.
I may be able to assist there, Mr. Neufeld. The development agreement, is that what you're referring to? Does the board have the development agreement document?
Please give us a minute to find it.
I believe it's titled Development Agreement, if I'm not mistaken.
It was sent in the supporting documents, the first one, and it is labeled number 1 development agreement.
I have it.
Okay, there we go. Thank you.
Oh,
I think it's page 33 of 39 of that document. Mr. Neufeld, you're looking for.
yeah. Okay, I'll just look at the same one here. So this was, okay, development agreement. So this particular, there are 2 development agreements that were signed at the same time, and there were 2 properties that were sold: 311 Ross and 346 Pacific, sold together, and they're cross development agreements. The one I've submitted is the one that's for 346 Princess, and I'm just skipping ahead to the appendix, which is sorry, I think it's the second last page of the development agreement. Yes, pages 1 and 2 of appendix, sorry, Schedule C. Now this is a development agreement that was signed by vendor and purchaser and part of the entire package for development from Center Venture. And the other documents show that Center Venture, of course, wanted to retain control and to make sure that this fit their plan. And once the plan was proposed and accepted, it became part of the development agreement. And you see the plan and other issues. But the Schedule C is of interest because page 2, the developer acknowledges the 346 property, which is currently a non-accessory surface parking lot, was offered for sale for development and cannot continue to operate as a standalone surface parking lot beyond the date development is to commence as specified in the development agreement. And in the date to commence is back a page, and that is phase 1, where it describes phase 1 of the project. It's 2 phases, but development is of the whole system, not just 346 Princess. So phase 1 is 311 Ross, and 311 Ross, their development began in July of 2020. And somewhere in the report, there is a permit that was issued for the commencement of the development. So as of that date, the legal use was changed. They were not permitted. And if you read the rest of the document, there's actually, the penalty is Center Venture takes the land back. They don't want they don't want non-accessory parking. And what we're talking about is the legal use. This was bought and sold as development land. It had nothing to do with the parking potential. So we're valuing it on the basis of just the development land. And as a result, we have some sales on page 1 of development in and around the area with different zoning. Some are from the downtown area, some are in different parts of the city. But what we were looking for were sales of development land that were vacant residential too, which is what the subject is, which we're requesting, vacant commercial, vacant industrial, and they range from a high of 37.
Sorry, Mr. Neufeld, sorry, where are these?
Page 1 of my main report.
Oh, main report, okay, sorry. Give us a minute to get back there. Okay, sorry, I was still on the other.
Right.
Okay, sorry.
So these sales are from different zonings, but what they all have in common is that they were vacant and they were planned for development. And they range from a low of 1047 a square foot to a high of 3731 a square foot. And the mean is 2405, and that's what we put the value on at 2405 a square foot. And the reason we went for the mean rather than any other range is that the development is still 3 years away. It's a phased development. It will be done with this, and in the interim, it's going to be a holding period with prohibitions on usage. So in the interim, they cannot legally say to Red River, we'll rent you space for parking for your students, because it's illegal. It's all been changed by the development agreement. And so it's frozen in time. So that's again why we went for the mean. Now, in reality, in appraisal practice, the value of the land for development is going to be based on how many units you can put on top of it. And normally that would be something I would do for valuation. But as I said, in this case, we know the holding period is 3 years. So we're just looking at the average of the land value. And I did have a chance to interview the owner and just verify my statements on the use. He was sternly warned that we're taking it back if you try to put parking on it. This isn't my interpretation. These are the commands from Center Venture. That's what they have said. Now, further on in my report, there are a fair amount of background information, and I don't think we need to go through it in any detail. It's just the support. There's on page 35 of the main report, there's a grant program, and so these properties are subject to the availability of grants for development for a number of things. At the current time, the grant on this property is not in play because it's not being developed. This particular owner owns 311 Ross, which is currently being redeveloped for residential parking. He also owns 316 Ross, which is across the street. So when I said about accessory parking, he legally can use his accessory parking for 316 Ross as well, which is a multifamily building. So it's all multifamily usage, and on the accessory parking side. But last thing on the value, though, is starting on page. Okay, well, this got into the other package. There's the offer to purchase. Now, rather than, I'm not concerned about the date of this, and I don't know if you've got that document, but that's why I submitted the information from Standing Policy Committee on declaration of this as surplus land, and then that was on September 19th, 2017, and subsequent to that, so it was declared as surplus land. There was a meeting, they began their negotiations to sell. The RFPs went out. Prior to being able to dispose of it, the city is required to have a review done on it, and that's the Deloitte report that was referred to. And it's just, they needed to get a third party to review the grant of the options, and that was dated April 27th, 2018. And all of these took the time to clear the process. Then the development agreement had to be signed, but the price was set at $1,642,500. That's the offer to purchase. And what I'm asserting here today, that is a pre-reference date transaction meeting of the minds. And I interviewed the purchaser on this basis. So the delays in titles and doing this is very typical of purchasing land from the city. You can see that this offer, by the way, was only accepted November 2019, and then it took until 6 months later for it to be transferred. The whole thing it's just typical of buying from the city. It takes 3 years usually to close things off. So that is the sale price. We are looking for lower than the sale price because of the hold period and the unique issues surrounding it. And that's my value argument. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just making a note. Okay, Mr. Assessor, do you have questions for Mr. Miko?
Yes, I guess I'll start off with a question that Mr. Nichols, would you confirm that subject property was purchased? I guess, well, there is was acquired by the current owner in order to redevelop it, and it is to be developed in phases. Would you agree with me on that?
Sorry, it is to be developed in phases. That is correct.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So currently, property owners started work on phase. They had a choice between what phases to start to work on, whether it was phase 1 or phase 2. Is that correct?
No. There's some legal steps on the phasing and some practical steps. I don't think they have the option to make that decision just on however they happen to feel that day. Physical and legal constraints to doing it in this particular order.
Okay. Well, I think the documents development plan will state specifics. But would you confirm that they started phase 1 as the other property, which is 311? Is it Ross, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's correct. They have started that project.
Yes.
They've started working 311 Ross.
All right. Do you know the date when the work commenced on 311 Ross?
Well, the permit date was filed in our package. I believe it's July 24th. The permit was issued, so that would have meant application. Well, actually, I spoke to Mr. Hoffer. He said he made application back in April, prior to the sale.
Okay. Just give me a second. I need to zoom in into this page before I. All right. On page 3 of my report, there is a date. Would you please confirm when the application was in on page 3 of my report? Page 3.
Sorry, your report, you have a date listed here. What is this supposed to be?
Oh, that's the application when the owner applied. Wouldn't it be June 26, 2020?
I'm looking at page 3 of your report, and it just is showing a title date of March. I believe.
My apologies. I'm in my rebuttal evidence. For some reason, that was open. So I withdraw my question. That particular question. Okay, now I lost my place. My apologies again. All right, so on page, I think it's page 1 of your report, you present land sales for development. Would you agree with me that comparable, I guess they're not numbers, but from top to bottom, 2 and 3 are the same property?
Yeah, well, when we researched that, we got 2 different sales. So it looks, I'm guessing it was probably flipped because there's different dates on it.
Yeah, that's what I thought too. Would you agree with me that it appears as a duplicate sale?
Pardon me? I'm having heard
sale with a later sale being much higher in price than the previous sale.
Yeah, sure it was. And I would just speculate that one was sold on the basis of not having civic approval, and the other one was based on having the civic approval for whatever they plan to construct on it. Very common occurrence. Again, okay. That's a guess.
Oh, that's I guess it's very reasonable. Thank you for your answer. And then I guess there was another duplicate sale, if I am correct. Would you? Or was am I wrong? No, I don't. Okay, and then yes, majority of your properties are zoned industrial. And therefore, would you agree with me that industrial properties typically sell for way less money than, and this actually shows for the most part in your document here, that they sell for less money or less money per square foot per se than properties that is zoned even residential multifamily, for example.
No, that's a generality. And if you look at the addresses on the ones that were brought in, that were industrial, there's 2 points here. One is these are all located in areas in close proximity to residential development. I happen to know that there's development next door to the Archibald site. Aaron, I've worked on several properties at multifamily they're building on Aaron. And Jackson is, I'm just trying to remember where 601 is. I believe that's right off Pembina Highway, but I'd have to double check that. So I think these are all in zones where there's support for multifamily development. And the second point on your question is the previous use of this property was industrial. It was the archive storage building for the city of Winnipeg. And now it's being changed into multifamily. So they are pertinent.
But not the subject property. Subject property was a parking lot, wasn't it?
It was accessory use for an industrial building.
Okay, and would you agree with me that I guess some of the properties are would be considered inferior if they abut railroads?
No, I mean, when you're looking at these, and especially the ones that are already zoned RMFS, and the 3 you brought up on as industrial, I think that the industrial the conversions and multifamily developments, that sort of generality is not been proven by the market. The latest one being put on the market as an example by the city of Winnipeg is parallel to a railway track, right on the railway track, and there's takers for it. And you think of Pembina Highway along that active rail track and all the developments that have gone up immediately adjacent to it. The market seems to indicate an interest in multifamily wherever they can put it.
Okay, and so from what I understand, you are selling that all of those industrial properties that you have presented have been approved to be converted to residential to multifamily.
Well, these were sold as vacant lots, and all of them are located in areas where multifamily development is occurring. Just looking through the list again, I think every one of these streets I've seen multifamily happen, except possibly 765 King Edward. That might be a hotel sale, land sale.
But you don't know for sure whether those industrial properties would be allowed or to be repurposed and used as multifamily.
Well, and that's correct, and that was part of our reason for not going to a higher end of the scale, because it was bought and sold with a restriction that it has to follow a development agreement. That's one issue. So the usage is known, future usage is known. But the second problem is going to be you still need plan approval, and it does not have plan approval yet. It has plan support. We know that CentreVenture will support it, and likely the planning department will support it. But until such time as an application is made and approved, it's still questionable. Less questionable than many of these, but it's questionable.
Okay, so I guess I guess, well, yeah, it's hard to question this one because there is so much involved in it, and a lot of it actually pertains to the section with specification. It is to establish what exactly is the legal use of the subject property is, and that will come in later in the presentation. So, with that, would you agree with me that properties that are already zoned multifamily in comparables, there will be a better comparables than smaller multifamilies that allow up to 4 units, for example, or industrial. So what we're talking about is we have to focus on multifamilies closer in size and that are already zoned in reality to multifamily use, and subject property being where it is in downtown, and with a highly likely of approval would be best compared with the properties that are, I guess, would be several, like the last two properties in your budget, which is St. Anne and Portage. Would you agree with me on that?
No, not at all. See, within the zoning, and I'm glad that you put in the zoning bylaw. If you glance through it on the bulk regulations, you'll note that there are equivalencies. For example, C1, C2 have equivalencies that are actually stated in there for the multifamily use. And in my experience, people applying for multifamily uses on different zonings of land, I've never seen a refusal. We work with a lot of developers. It is the current inclination of our city to work very hard on infill development and take lands that are more centrally located and have as dense a development as possible. So this is completely in line with planning. And I need 2 minutes right now. I apologize. I'll be right back.
Call a short recess then?
Yes, okay. And due to an oversight, we have realized that Mr. Neufeld and Mr. Mercury were not sworn in.
Oh,
So we will take care of that quickly before we proceed. Sorry about that.
So, Mr. Applicant, for the record, please state your name.
Rocky Neufeld?
Do you affirm evidence you'll present and have presented today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Mr. Mercury, same question. For the record, state your name.
James Mercury.
Do you affirm the evidence you will present and have presented is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. Did we lose someone?
Linda's camera is off.
Ms. McFadden? Ms. McFadden, can you hear us?
I can't, sorry, just hang on.
Okay. Okay, there you are. Okay. So we will, I guess, pick up from where we left off. So Mr. Assessor was questioning Mr. Neufeld on valuation, I believe.
Yes, I was just, I guess, asking him questions in regards to some of the comparables that he had used. Let me just put my head together. I think I have concluded my questions in regards to the comparables that Mr. Neufeld used, and then as far as let me just take a quick look. I don't think Mr. Neufeld presented any evidence in his report in regards to any other points except for price per square feet of the lot. So therefore, I will ask Mr. Neufeld. You are using a lot of, I guess, further down. You are using a lot of comparables, not comparables, but evidence from the zoning and so on. Is it? Within that, I guess it just relates. Would it just relate to as informationary, or is it evidential in nature?
What page is this?
It goes. I think it starts with page 9, and it goes on for different things.
Right, page 9. That's the bulk zoning of in the city of Winnipeg. And we always put this in for information on it.
Okay. I guess then just to confirm, you wouldn't argue with that subject property is within the downtown zoning regulation. Would you agree with me on that?
Yeah, it's in downtown zoning.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Peich, do you have any questions?
Yes, just a niggly point. I note that the area of the subject property that you've used to calculation is slightly off from the city's.
I see that.
Have a comment on that?
I don't think we got it from their website. I thought we got it from the bill of sale. I'm not entirely sure. Well, I'm using exactly an acre, 43,560, and I believe that somewhere along the line it was described as 1 acre of land, and perhaps the assessor has a precise measurement, which is 200 square feet higher, 209 higher. That could very well be, and I would defer to that number on area.
Okay, thank you. And then when I look at the land sales that you've provided on your page 1, a number of those properties have a considerably smaller area than the subject property. If I were to take the 4 or 5 properties here that are of similar size, it would seem to me that the per square foot cost would be closer to $32 per square foot. Why shouldn't we utilize that number?
Well, I have had a chance to look this over myself, and I didn't prepare the table, but I just looked it through to Archibald at the low end, and that's not a good site for multifamily, so we should strike that. 765 King Edward, I believe, was developed for a hotel, and it's not a good area for multifamily. So that leaves the remainder, as you say, the larger four I see ranging from 21 to 37. That's your prerogative. My opinion on it is that, as I said earlier, we know it must be multifamily, but at this point, there's no development plan. There's no approval of the plan. There's support, but not approval. And I ask you to look at the multiple sales of 585 William, where very commonly land is sold. Maybe I can put units up, and then you get approval from the city for your units, and then you sell it for a higher rate. And I think that's what we're dealing with here. We're still in the stage in between. There's also the question of the fact that if you look at the plans that were on title that they have to develop, there's a parking structure. And the parking structure will not provide as great a return to the land as would apartments. So that's more of an accessory use. And so that's another reason for going to the lower end. You have to provide parking. You're not making much money from it, not as much as apartments. That's my reasons for going to the lower end.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. McFadden.
No, I have no further questions.
I have no questions either. Okay, thank you very much. So we have completed the valuation portion. Now, I believe there's also liability to taxation and classification. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. Mercury, your microphone is muted.
My apologies. It's a classification issue in terms of the property is currently fully taxable, class 60, I believe. What we're asking is that the class be changed to residential 2, consistent with the adjacent property. In fact, 311 Ross, which we can get into, which was dealt with by way of an agreement. So I can deal with that now.
Okay, so perfect. So that is reverse. You will have to go first on that issue then.
So if you have the classification regulation, which I believe was provided by Mr. Neufeld in his material, the Municipal Assessment Act classification regulation. Do you have that? I'm sorry? It's on page, well, first of all, do you have the document? It's a separate document that was provided.
Okay, let me open the file.
We just have to find it.
Yeah.
So which file should we look into?
Let me see if it is in.
Is it the 42-page document?
No, it is a, yes, it is. It is.
Okay.
Yeah.
So would you want to name or is it everything discussed in one page? Just have it, right?
So wait, do you know which email that one came in?
I'm just trying to locate that.
Oh,
I think it was in the second supporting documents item.
Yeah, item 5.
okay, second supporting document. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
So I tell it a bit. assessment.
There we go. Municipal assessment.
So for me, I have applicant 0 main brief, applicant 1 development agreement, applicant 2 center venture, applicant 3 offer to purchase, applicant 4 RFP road specific, applicant 5 Pauline Village, applicants 6, 7, and 8 would be SPT agenda minute items. The Deloitte report and municipal assessment act. Am I looking at the wrong document?
This is applicant 10, Municipal Assessment Act. Do you have that?
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so if we all have that document, you can look at page 4 of the PDF. And so this is the classification regulation. And so you'll note that residential 2 indicates the class of property known as residential 2 consists of the following. Sub A, a building or portion of a building containing more than 4 dwelling units that is used or where unoccupied is designed to be used solely as dwelling units for residential occupation, and land that is contiguous to the dwelling unit to the extent that the land is used or where the dwelling unit is unoccupied is intended to be used solely in conjunction with residential occupation, other than a building referred to in 3A1, and land contiguous to the building to the extent the land is used or the building is unoccupied intended to be used solely in conjunction with the occupation of the building. So I'm paused there to note that the building 311 Ross, which is under construction, has been reclassed, if you will, by way of a certificate of agreement that was submitted by Mr. Neufeld. You'll note we can provide that to you. By agreement, the assessor has changed the classification to that of that property. What we're dealing with here is the land that is next door, the contiguous land at 346 Pacific. And what I would suggest to you is that the class, the residential 2 class, this land at 346 Pacific would qualify under 4 sub A or 4 sub B. 4 sub B talks about undeveloped, unimproved, vacant, or abandoned land that is lawfully usable primarily for a residential purpose and on which there may lawfully be constructed a building containing 5 or more dwelling units. And so while there are no dwelling units on this property at the current time, it is certainly zoned for that, and that is entirely consistent with the development agreement and the offer to purchase that has been provided to you. It falls squarely within this classification regulation. And so just to go back to the documents that Mr. Neufeld alluded to earlier, we have, just bear with me, the RFP initially, you've seen reference to that in terms of what the development was to be. I'm not going to pull up all of the documents, but applicant 5, document applicant 5, if you have it, is the Montaigne architecture conceptual plan. If you all have that document, and you can just see the layout generally of the project, the intended project. So the item number 1 on page 3 of that document shows the 311 Ross structure. And then,
sorry, can you just slow a second? I haven't.
Yes,
hit
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
It's applicant 5 PDF. Do you have that?
I'm just trying to locate
4
that.
pages?
It's yes, a 4-page document.
I'm not seeing applicant 5. I've got applicant 6.
It's in the first supplementary.
Bunch of emails.
Yeah.
Okay.
How many pages did you say that it had?
4 pages.
4, and the first page has a picture of a building, like I guess a apartment building.
Got it.
I'm sorry, I don't know that I received that document.
It's in the email supporting documents 1. And it would be the 5th attachment in that email.
You know what? Let's go ahead, and if you could just describe.
Yeah, it's
and I'll take notes.
Sure. This is just by way of background. It's a conceptual plan by Montana Architecture. It's called Paulin Street Village. So this was the it's titled an urban infill mixed use affordable housing project. And so you can see the conceptual plan there. For those who have the document, there's item number 1 is the building on Ross, which has been the assessment classification has changed on that to residential. The property we're speaking of has number 2, 3, and 4. Item 2 is the parking structure that is intended or conceptualized, and then item 4, the bottom of the screen there, is the residential units. So that's just by way of background, which is entirely consistent with the development agreement. What I'd like to turn to next is the offer to purchase document, which is applicant 3. And I think Mr. Neufeld made reference to it earlier. Does everyone have that document?
Yes.
Okay. So the first page indicates that 100420016 Manitoba Limited, that's the present owner. The purchaser offered and agreed to purchase from Center Venture Development Corp. And the vendor agrees to sell the lands described as Schedule A, 346 Pacific, for so long and as during this period of time the purchaser develops, uses, and possesses the land in accordance with the terms and requirements of the development agreement. So it's essential that you read the offer to purchase and the development agreement together. But at the bottom of that, towards the bottom of that document, there's again reference to the preliminary development plan. So on page 15 of 17 talks about what the project specifically referenced here in the offer to purchase. And if you go to page 15, you'll see the description of the project: a 5-story rental residential building, 70 residential units approximately, and so forth. The phases. So that's the offer to purchase. And then the more critical document to review, of course, is the development agreement itself, which again was referenced earlier in these submissions. And the development agreement, which is applicant, sorry, I don't have that in front of me. The development agreement is, just want to make sure I've got that. I'm looking at a different version, so I don't have which.
I think it's applicant 1.
Okay, applicant 1. And so you can see that the first page of the development agreement you can see again reference to the parties, and then if you scroll down to, this was referenced earlier by Mr. Neufeld, to page 32, which is Schedule C, and it's just important to clearly define what this project is. The project is not just 346 Pacific, but it's both 311 Ross and 346 Pacific, and this just puts more meat on the bone, so to speak, than that conceptual plan that was referenced earlier. So you can see that the development includes development of the existing surface parking lot of the following. It talks about the 2-level parking structure, a rental residential building fronting Ross, a rental residential building fronting Pollen, and so forth. And then with respect to the parking issue on the next page, again, and this is key here to what we're speaking of, the developer acknowledges that the 346 property, which is the subject property to this appeal, which is currently a non-accessory surface parking lot, was offered for sale for development and cannot continue to operate as a standalone surface parking lot beyond the date development is to commence as specified in the development agreement, and so forth. And so the purchaser is not legally permitted to continue to use it as a non-accessory surface parking lot. And so I just go back to the start where we talked about the class regulation at the beginning. This clearly is contiguous land. It is next to the existing building. The land is clearly intended to be used for residential purposes, although not currently being actively used for a residential purpose. It's intended to be used, and a building can lawfully be constructed on this site. So unquestionably, in my submission, this is properly classified as residential property. Just see here in terms of the additional documents you may wish to refer to. Applicant document 2 is the Center Venture 2019 report to the Standing Policy Committee. And again, it speaks of the intent of this development. So if you have that document, again, it explains that in 2019, Center Venture issued the RFP for the sale and redevelopment of 311 Ross and 346 Pacific Avenue. And the redevelopment of these underutilized properties will include the creation of approximately 220 new rental apartments with accessory structured parking. So again, that is the use of the subject lands, the intended use. And then if you look, what we've included in Mr. Neufeld's brief are just some other examples where you have surface parking lots adjacent or contiguous to specifically designated property. In these cases, these examples, these would be school tax exempt properties. So if you look at Mr. Neufeld's brief and just pull it up, there are some board orders that are included in Mr. Neufeld's brief towards the end. I think they are in his brief. Oh, hold on. Actually got to locate them. They are, my apologies, they're not in his brief. I think they are in one of his rebuttal documents. I just have to locate that.
Right, it's in the rebuttal document number 12.
Thank you. Hold on, let me try to find that now. Number 12. Too many PDFs on the screen here. Let's see here. Actually, that was a different order. That was for 1450 Mountain.
I apologize.
Yeah, no, I should have had this. I just mislabeled it. Hold on. Okay, I think it's this. Just have to bear with me for one moment. They were just emailed as part of the rebuttal. Mr. Neufeld is there. He might be able to quickly locate where they are.
What do you look,
The board orders on 755 Portage and Hargrave and so forth, which you included. I'm just just trying to look.
Those are page 29 through 42 in item applicant 10.
Okay. Okay.
What were the pages again? I'm sorry.
Applicant 10. Okay, thank you.
have it on page 29?
Yes, thank you. And I apologize for that. If you look at the board orders, these are a number of board orders that Mr. Neufeld and I were involved in a series of appeals for the Winnipeg Regional Health Authority dating back a few years. And some of the properties we looked at were adjacent parking lots to various health facilities. So generally access centers. And the question became whether the adjacent parking lot should receive the same liability and classification designation as the building itself. And so there's a number of examples here. That's precisely what the board did order. And in fact, it was by agreement with the city assessment department. So page 29 is 490 Hargrave Street. That is the access center itself. And the following order, which is the next page, 520 Hargrave, that is the parking lot for the access center. And you'll note that the classification and liability was changed to match the property at 490 Hargrave. The next document, which is at page 33, is 508 Hargrave, another adjacent parking lot, again matched to the building, also same classification and liability. The next document, which is 755 Portage, that of course is the access center, WRHA access center. The following order is in respect of the 285 Victor, which is a surface parking lot adjacent to the building, same classification designation for that property as well. And so, and the final one is 705 Broadway, which was a medical facility. You'll note that was changed to school tax exempt. And the adjacent parking lot at 705 Broadway, at 243 Maryland, received the same classification designation as the adjacent property. So going back to the present case, the building site, 311 Ross, has been changed, and that we provide you with a copy of the board order earlier today. That was actually just issued November 6th, I believe. Mr. Penner and Mr. Neufeld signed off on that, where the class code was changed for 311 Ross. What we're asking simply here is that the adjacent contiguous land receive the same class designation. So subject to any questions you have, those are my comments.
Thank you very much. Mr. Assessor, do you have questions?
All right. I guess subject property, which is a 346 Pacific, is the approval for subject property final for it to be redeveloped as a multifamily?
Well, the zoning would permit it, and it's intended to be used for residential purposes. So what I'm looking at is the actual language in the regulation, which speaks to the intended use, not the actual use or occupation. It can lawfully be used for that purpose under the current zoning bylaw, in accordance with the development agreement, which not only allows it but requires that use. for residential purposes. Cannot be used for non-accessory parking.
And again, that I guess, well, this complex is a bit, this matter is a bit complex in a sense that it has lots of developmental agreements and things at play here. But again, I'll ask you the question. Developer had an option to choose between phase 1 and phase 2, with which to commence the development. Is that correct?
Sorry, which document are you referring to?
Well, it's one of the documents. Probably the best would be to look at my rebuttal evidence, which is a bit more condensed. It does have an excerpt from the document in it, so I can just pull it up here.
Is that the Word document that you're referring to?
I believe that is a Word document. It's a 10-page document.
Yes.
Yeah, so I think we're looking at page 2 as a commencement. Basically, developer upon what I'm asking, like, would you agree with me that the developer had a choice between commencing on phase 1 or phase 2?
Right, and they commenced with phase 1.
Okay.
Yes.
I think I answered that question earlier in that the practical and legal considerations meant phase 1 was going first, and the phasing is part of the legal language to get the properties within the same set of documents. It's going to happen on this basis. I don't think it's a question of choice, like a freedom of choice. I think it's just dealing with facts that are presented to them.
Okay, but anyways, the development commences phase 1, which is 311 road. Okay, and my next question: does the developer have a choice not to commence with the phase 2 altogether?
No, they do not. They get it taken away if they don't commence it.
Well, exactly, but they still may make a decision not to commence. Given future economic or market situation. Would you agree with me on that?
Well, I'm just the problem with in interviewing the owner, the obligations have been made and the deposits have been paid. They're very much invested in this project. The language in there allows Center Venture to take the property back if it doesn't get developed. And at that point, the development agreement would likely end. And there may be another intended use after that. But right now, the intended use is multifamily. And so will the interim use.
And I guess, so another thing that presented itself, I just need to find the right page here to bear with me. Which document was it, if you can help me out, Mr. Mercury? Which document was it where it started out with a classification?
The actual classification regulation?
Yes.
It's applicant 10.
Okay. Yeah, so that's one that I had least time to review. Okay, I see. That makes sense. Okay. So, Mr. Neufeld, when I asked him the same question, he stated that the things on the subject property as far as development or zoning or approvals were not finalized, and therefore he was treating it as a, I guess, as a lower kind of value. He was putting lower value on land. Would you agree that things are not finalized on subject property as of the current date, or are they finalized?
Well, there's two separate issues here. One relates to market value, which Mr. Neufeld was speaking about in terms of what a prospective investor may be looking at in terms of how he would price this land and making an offer on it. The issue that I'm speaking about really is a different issue entirely in terms of what does the class regulation actually say. So it doesn't say that development has to occur with 100% certainty. What it says is under 4A, which 311 Ross would fall under, the building that is intended to be used for a residential occupation, that's 311 Ross, and land that is contiguous to the dwelling units to the extent the land is used or where the dwelling unit is unoccupied is intended to be used solely in conjunction with residential occupation. It's the intent that you must look at when looking at that clause. And then when you look down at 4B, which this land would also qualify under, it is the vacant, unapproved vacant, undeveloped, or abandoned land. It does not have to be developed. It's lawfully usable primarily for a residential purpose, and on which there may lawfully be constructed a building containing 5 or more dwelling units. So we have land that is there within the zoning qualification. It's intended to be used, may lawfully be used, and you can construct a building on it. It's the very basis upon which the purchase went ahead. So the fact that we don't have shovels in the ground and as of yet is not determinative of the classification issue. What Mr. Neufeld was speaking to is a different issue in terms of there is never 100% certainty that it will go ahead from an investor's perspective, but that's what we have to look at on the market value side. But on the classification side, it's a bit of a different exercise.
I see. But with the subject property, did you review all of the documents that Mr. Neufeld provided in regards to agreements and developmental agreements and offers to purchase and as such that relate to subject property?
Yes, the documents have been provided, the development agreement and the offer to purchase.
Did you have a chance to review it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that the documents do state that the development of subject property may not even take place, and therefore, subject property is not necessarily falls under classification of residential 2 that was provided in document 10 as far as intended use and so on, because in a sense the agreements themselves do not specify, and they are vague as to intended use of subject property phase 2, which may change, it may become something else, it may not be developed altogether. Did you see that part of it?
Right. I've read the document in full, but again, I come back to the classification regulation. The fact that something may not actually come to fruition at the end of the day for whatever reason, financial or otherwise, is not the test under the class regulation. It's the intended use, and it speaks to undeveloped land and even abandoned land that can receive, and in fact should receive, the class 2 residential 2 designation. So the test again on the class is not whether there's 100% certainty that the development may go ahead. It's the intended use. And if the intent of the regulation was to only class or to have lands classed as Res 2 where there was 100% certainty, I expect that would have been addressed in the legislation directly, which it has not been.
What would be the date when phase 2 has to commence by all subject property?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay. Can developer, I guess, you don't have that. Okay, I'll just present it as part of my documentation. I don't have any other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peich, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McFadden, any questions?
Just so that I can be clear to the assessor, your argument is that it's premature to consider this as a residential property. Is that the entirety of your argument?
The assessor hasn't made his argument yet.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
Certainly. Okay.
Do you have any
Thank you.
questions for the applicant?
I have no questions for the applicant. No.
Okay, nor do I. Okay, so Mr. Assessor, please go ahead with your presentation.
So my presentation will be, if you open my rebuttal document, it's a 10-page Word document. What I did here is I reviewed the documents and tried to understand the situation and place it before the panel in a condensed format. So I'll start out with the document review conclusions. So I'll start with my conclusions. And then my document will further follow the steps that led to it. I just want to, did everybody find the document, and should I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay. So after reviewing available documents, it can be concluded that the development of subject property has not yet commenced. The development on subject property may commence at a later date. It has to be done before December 31st, 2023. Or subject property may not be developed altogether. Subject property currently is a surface parking lot, and it appears that it may continue operation as a parking lot until the commencement of the development on phase 2. Until commencement of phase 2, highest and best use of the subject property would be therefore surface parking lot. Classification of the subject property as 60 would be appropriate until the development on phase 2 commences. So review of the related documents. Subject property was sold by, I guess a bit of background. Subject property was sold by the City of Winnipeg to Center Venture Development. The sale contains specific clauses and agreements. The purpose of the sale is for the property is sold to be developed per sale agreements. A development agreement was entered into by current owner, Manitoba Numbered Company as a trustee, another Manitoba Numbered Company as a developer, and Center Venture as a corporation. Subject property and property at 311 Rose are to be developed into what is known as Pauline Village, Pauline Street Village, and phases specified as a development agreement. So page 2 provides the same picture as has been presented before. The plan of the way is to be developed. Developer is to determine whether to commence the project with phase 1 or phase 2. And expert from the document is presented on the next page, highlighted, that supports the statement. And again, another highlighted section there, in the event the project is phase 2. So basically, the event that took place here is that phase 1 is a 311 Ross. And this is supported by my documents of the permits, review of the permits on page 4. Shows that there is no permits taken out for subject property, which is a top line. So there is no recent permits that were taken out for subject property. However, permits as of June 26, 2020 were taken out for the property on Ross Street, 311 Ross. Okay, let me just zoom out a bit. I don't see the whole document apparently. Okay, so with that, another page 4, is it? It should be 4, okay. Provides a copy of the permit. So it appears that phase 1 has commenced with 311 Ross Avenue, and the subject property is to become phase 2 of the development, which will commence at a later date. The Schedule C of the development agreement, a subject property may be developed much later and or may not be developed at all. So highlighted part states that if specific property is phase 2 of the subject of the project, the following conditions apply. Complete building permit applications made to the city by September 30th, 2023. And there are other stipulations and dates by which things have to happen. But another highlighted portion states it is conceivable that the development of 346 property may not occur, in which case corporation would exercise its rights under the development agreement to reacquire 346 property. So what we see is that the development phase 1 commenced with the 11 Ross, but subject property 346 what is it, Pacific is has to be looked at a bit differently because phase 2 has not yet started. Offer to purchase page 14. The developer acknowledges that 346 property, which is currently a non-accessory surface parking lot, and this was presented by the applicant as well, was offered for the sale for development, and cannot continue to operate as a standalone surface parking lot beyond the dates development is to commence as outlined. So what we have to look at what is outlined below, and the dates of the commencement of phase 2, which is December 31st, 2023, can be found on page 15 of this preliminary development plan. So I guess the example of phase 2 shows that again the date of December 23rd, 2023. Depending on the market conditions and other variable factors at the time of the commencement of phase 2, it is stipulated as the agreement that, that the developer may not add alterations to the development plan or not proceed with the development of phase 2 as stated in Schedule C of the development agreement, page 32. And I believe this is, again, stipulates what may be done with the subject property. It is conceivable that the development of 346 property may not occur, in which case it is also the corporation would exercise its rights under the development agreement to reacquire the 346 property. It is also conceivable the developer would construct the parking lot structure and subsequently determine one or both of the residential buildings are not viable. Should this occur, the corporation will not exercise the reacquisition rights, require the developer to landscape and then develop yes, no, I don't have the rest of the document, but it can be clearly seen here that the 346 property may be developed in many forms. It's still a part of the question of the future. However, currently it is a parking lot, and on page 32 of the agreement, Schedule C, the plan, the developer will maintain the parking lot and improvements on the current condition until such time as excavations commences for the development. So again, we are stating that the commencement of the parking lot has to, I guess, developer cannot do anything with the subject property and has to maintain it as in its current state until the phase 2 commences. So I guess considering the available documents, following conclusions have been derived. Development of the subject property has not yet commenced. The development of the subject property may commence later or at a later date, or subject property may not be redeveloped at all. Subject property currently improved as surface parking lot. It may continue operation as a parking lot until the commencement of the development on phase 2. On phase 2. Therefore, highest and best use would be the surface parking lot until the phase 2 commences, and the classification should remain as 60. And I guess, yeah, the rest of the page is a quantum rebuttal that I did not use. So yeah, I'll leave it there. And in short, what I have this, I guess the conclusion that I have come after reading it is that it's all about timing. Subject property would be a phase 2 of the development. And only at that time, until that time, it has to stay the way it is, which is a parking lot. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mr. Mercury, do you have questions for this?
Yes, I have a few questions. Mr. Assessor, you've had a chance to review all of the documents clearly, including the conceptual plans, the development agreement, and the offer to purchase, correct?
Well, I did my best to review all of the documents, yes.
You would agree that it is unquestionably the intention of the developer to use this land for residential purposes, correct? That is intended.
That is not clear. And the agreement.
What other use is he contemplating?
Actually, I'll go back and I'll restate the parts of the agreement. So it is not clear the intent. It is conceivable, page 4 of my agreement, of my presentation. It is conceivable that its development on 346 property may not occur.
I understand what's
corporation would exercise its rights under the development agreement and reacquire the property. It is also conceivable the developer would construct the parking structure and subsequently determine one or both of the residential buildings not viable. Should this occur, the corporation will not exercise the acquisition rights. And I guess the rest of the sentence is not part of what I cut. But what is clear there is that we don't know the intention.
What was the purpose for this development agreement, so far as you're aware? What was the purpose of this acquisition?
Well, the purpose of the acquisition was to redevelop both properties, which is 311 Ross, I believe, Ross, and the subject property.
For residential development, correct?
The subject property, developer had an option between choosing phase 1 or phase 2. They chose phase 1.
In either case, the intent was to develop it for residential purposes, correct?
They chose phase 1 as a redevelopment, which leaves phase 2, which is subject property, a bit in a limbo.
Yes.
We don't know what that will be developed as.
Well,
whether it will be developed as per plans submitted where it's going to have parking structure, residential, or whether it may not be developed as such, right? We don't know.
What else could it conceivably be developed for under the development agreement other than residential purposes, Mr. Assessor?
Well, it says right here that it may become a parking structure.
Apartment structure. Does the developer have the option to use it for non-accessory parking?
Cannot answer that question right now.
In fact, it says specifically in the development agreement that he cannot, correct?
Again, if you don't point to the agreement, I wouldn't know right now.
Yes. If you look at Schedule C of the agreement,
okay,
as of the commencement of the development, which includes 311 Ross, he is not permitted to use the subject property for non-accessory parking. You would agree?
I didn't find it yet, but I guess If it is in the agreement, I cannot state against it.
Okay. So, and you would agree that at the end of the day, your function is not, for the purpose of classification, is not to determine what the highest and best use of the property is, to actually look at the classification regulation, correct? And the wording in the classification regulation, the intended use.
Well, again, that's why we are here with this particular file, is because subject property, it is not clear as to, well, the intended use, I would, the intention, and I'll say it this way, the intention of the development is to build multifamily buildings in phases. Well, subject property right now falls under phase 2, and I would view it as separate from 311 rules.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last statement? You'd agree, you would treat phase 2 separately from phase 1?
I would view subject property, I would view it, I guess, what did I say? I would view it, because phase 2 is variable in this development, phase 1 commenced clearly, was a choice of the developer to commence with phase 1. So then what comes into effect is phase 2 is left, and the decision on what to be done with phase 2 is to be determined at a later date, depending on the conditions in the market and the economy.
But Mr. Assessor, again, I come back, this is an important point, this is why I come back to the document, which is at page 33 of 39 of the development agreement. You continue to say that this is being valued as a parking lot, non-accessory parking lot, and that it shouldn't be receive the classification under Res 2. How do you possibly address the restriction on page 2 of Schedule C of the development agreement, where he is contractually required, cannot operate a standalone surface parking lot beyond the development date development is to commence, and the development includes 311 Ross? How can he continue to use it as non-accessory parking?
Well, again, it doesn't state, page 2 here doesn't state clearly which into the whether it talks of the phases or not. That's why we have to look at the phases.
You have to look at the existing development. What is the development? You would agree that 311 Ross is part of the development?
Yes, it is.
Okay, those are my questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Peich, any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McFadden, any questions?
No, I have no questions. Sorry about the video feed. I'm having trouble with my my phone's running out of power.
Oh, no problem.
Madam Chair, I just got a message from Mr. Neufeld. His machine went down for a minute. He's coming back now. He does have a couple of questions.
Okay, sure. Oh, okay, Mr. Neufeld. We see you.
Able to hear him too.
Oh no.
Mr. Neufeld, we can see and hear you. Mr. Mercury, perhaps you want to message him and advise him that we can see and hear him.
You cannot see him, or you?
We can see and hear him. I don't believe he can see and or hear us.
Okay.
Judging by his response. Oh.
Oh, I'm back.
Oh, there you are. Okay, now you can. Mr. Neufeld, I understand you have some questions for the assessor.
Yeah. I apologize. I missed the last 5 minutes. This is another one of the headaches I inherited from our hacking. Is I had a forced restart right in the middle of this. Nothing I could do about it.
No problem. We'll just take it from here. So please go ahead with your questions. for the assessment.
Okay, so my question is, I had asked this earlier, the assessor, about, I'll re-ask it now in a different context, and that is, who is parking on the lot right now?
And as I said, I do not have the answer to the question.
Okay. So you never investigated if it was pay parking or if it was multifamily user parking or anything of the sort?
No, it is not.
On the documents we submitted, just to give you some geographic clarification, the Montaigne report, which is a 4-page document with all the pictures and the site plans. I don't know if you have it handy, but on pages 2 and 3.
Do you know which what's the name of the file?
It was the
I think I found it.
Collins Street Village.
Yeah.
So on that document, page 2, there's an aerial shot that shows the property, and right across Ross Avenue, do you see that building? It's a 2-section building immediately across.
Yeah.
Okay. Then on the next page, page 3, that building is labeled as 316 Ross. Do you see that?
No, I don't. So we're looking at page number 2, and you're talking about highlighted red section, right?
Yeah, on page 3, and I don't have. I'm not sure I have my document in front of me either, because I just had this stupid crash. But I believe it's page 3 of the Montaigne report. It's a sketch, a site sketch.
Well, it's a site sketch that has 4 parts to it, right? Is that the one?
It has the phases on it. Phase 1, and then it shows the planned apartment complex, and then the planned parkade structure.
I believe we are looking at the same thing. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, across the street from that property on Ross, you'll note that it says 316 Ross.
I don't. Okay. There is.
So you see 316, and do you know what 316 Ross is?
I did not look into it.
Okay. Do you have any information about the owner of this property and his other business interests?
Again, I did not look into the business interest of the owner, so I wouldn't be able to answer the question.
Okay, so then you are not aware that he also owned 316 Ross and 230 Princess, both of which were converted from loft warehouse to multifamily and are located nearby? Okay, those are my
I
questions.
guess this is a bit of new information to digest, so I wouldn't know where you are going with your question, but just a quick look up. Yes, 316 seems like an apartment building. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Mm-hmm.
230 Princess.
Hold on. Again, this information is a bit of, I guess.
It's not new information. It's just a question I asked you. So you weren't aware of that the parking on the subject property is also intended for parking for 316 Ross and 230 Princess, both multifamily projects? Existing, current.
I do not have that information, or that information wasn't. I don't have knowledge of that information.
Yeah. Okay. And I have to apologize to you because this was part of the original package that was sent when we had our little difficulties, but it's in. Those are my questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and I have no further questions, so I believe we, is there a need for summary from either party?
So I think I may want to do a quick summary.
I think we do as well.
Okay, so Mr. Assessor, please go ahead, and then the applicants can go once you're done.
So in summary, what we have is a unique situation or a specific situation for subject properties that also involves, I guess, property of 311 Ross Avenue, all being part of the same development plan. We are viewing, what we are doing is we are looking at value, we are looking at classification of the subject property. So with that, during the course of this presentation, to my understanding, a bit of information came forth from evidence that was presented for quantum appeal and separate evidence that was presented for the classification side of it. So what I have derived from it is Mr. Nickel was when he was presenting the quantum side of the presentation, was presented it in a form that subject property, nothing has been finalized on subject property, therefore the value should be way lower, and using of industrial property comparables is permitted because again, things haven't been finalized on subject property. When we move to the second part of the presentation, the contrary evidence came forward where all things are finalized, they are moving with the multifamily development and so forth. So when you weigh both parts of this of the equation, when it's finalized, then the value that you have to consider will be higher. If it's not finalized, then classification would have to be looked at differently. So I asked the panel to review the documents and then I guess make a decision on it. That's my presentation. That's my summary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Neufeld. Mr. Mercury.
Perhaps I'll start, and then Mr. Mercury can add his comments. Firstly, I'd like to apologize for all the problems I've given the board and the assessor. Well, not me. Our little problem, and I don't even know if they paid the ransom. That's the funny part. I thought they passed the hat for some Bitcoins to see it, but we were down for a while, and it's a mess. More messy than I typically am. And there was a lot of misinformation, and but in summary, I'm going to give it all to you. This is a development by a gentleman and his partners. This is their 5th major multifamily conversion. All of them have involved taking old loft warehouses and turning them into downtown living space. They don't do commercial. They have one floor that has commercial in one of their properties on Portage Avenue, the Avenue building. But everything else is multifamily. In the area, this is their 4th project, 316 Ross, 230 Princess, and another one which I totally forgot the address on Pacific. They need and as much as people say, well, you're downtown, you don't need parking, you do. You need parking for the residents. Not legally, but if you want to rent your spaces out, you need parking. So this is part of the project. So when they bought this site, it was conveniently located right in between 3 of their other projects. That being Pacific, Princess, another building on Pacific, 230 Princess, and 316 Ross. Multifamily. That's what, and I asked the assessor questions about who's parking on there now. Well, that's who's parking on there now. It's being interim use as parking for their other units, but it's envisioned to be part of a larger development. And so you've heard all that evidence. Now, the last thing I want to say after Mr. Mercury before Mr. Mercury finishes, is that the other property that was involved in this was 311 Ross, and the assessor approached me and offered to convert it to residential. He says, I'm assuming that's what you want. And I said, yes. He said, no problem. He sends me a 15-1, I sign it, we're done. Now, that happened to be a different department within the assessment department and a different set of assessors, but it was offered, it came to us. Now I'm just really surprised that another department just doesn't follow suit. Why does one have a different set of rules than another? It's the same thing. Thank you, and I'll turn over to Mr. Mercury.
Thank you.
So I'll be just very brief. Again, I've taken you through the class regulation. Clearly, this falls within the definition of Res 2 property. The document that Mr. Neufeld referred to, the agreement to change the classification, just for the record, is applicant 11. If you have it and wish to refer to it, you will note the change from class code 60 to 20. That's for 311 Ross. The property we're speaking of course, is the contiguous adjacent property. There is no question, based on the documents that have been provided, that the intended use of 346 Pacific is for residential purposes. Presently, it is bare land. It is contiguous land and intended to be used for residential purposes. The zoning would also allow for the building of a residential complex as well as a parkade. The parkade is not for non-accessory use property. It is for the residential purposes. So in terms of the assessor's position appears to be, well, we don't know for certain until the development actually happens. That's not how the Res 2 classification regulation reads. Clearly speaks to the intended use and lawful use, not actual fully built out property. If that were the case, the assessor would not have voluntarily changed the classification to 311 Ross. We've given you the examples of the various other board orders where this is simply a matter of course, where you're dealing with a contiguous parking lot or parking area. The classification one follows the other, and it certainly wouldn't make any sense for them to have different class codes. It is interesting, just on a final note, and happened to observe the prior appeal at 870 Portage, where we have a property under construction, and the assessor, even though it's not occupied, has issued a supplemental assessment at full value as if it was occupied and fully built out. Yet in the current appeal, and notwithstanding the clear direction of the development agreement, is saying we can't change the class code until you actually have pursued the development, is interesting, but clearly at odds with the legislation. So in light of all of that, unless you have any other questions of me, those are my comments, and thank you for your patience with all of the various documents that have come through in separate emails. Thank you again.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll now take a recess, please. Kara, can you please
So just give us a moment to do the switching stuff.
Do your thing.
Okay, and we can resume the hearing.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting back to order. The next matter on the docket is 2420 McPhillips Street. Ms. Balshaw, could you please swear in the applicant?
Yes. For the record, please state your name. I didn't hear that.
Sorry, Trevor Smith.
And you affirm the evidence you'll present today is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Assessor, can you please proceed when you are ready?
All right, just give me 1 second. I'll open a file and yes, where did it go? All right, okay, so that. Again, okay, so file number 2418. Roll number 0500473040, address 2420 McPhillips Street, owners the McGill Stephenson Company Limited. Okay, so what we have, assessed value of $3,877,000. Yes, it's a vehicle dealership that was built in 2011, and also some sections were added to it in 2019. So effective age became 2015. A wall height 25 feet. Construction class reinforced concrete frame. Okay, so land area 130,934 square feet, plan area 17,803 square feet, gross floor area 20,303 square feet. I asked the panel to confirm the value. So subject property is owner occupied. For rent comparables, we're using a typical rent comparable City of Winnipeg has been using to present in the presentation of the vehicle service dealerships. Complete vehicle dealerships. And what it consists of, it has 27 comparables of the retail, and the 4 comparables that would relate to auto related comparables. And overall what we have here is a median of around $18.29 for retail comparables, as well as median for the auto related is $16.25. Okay, so land sales, there are 6 comparables for land sales, and that have been used, and I guess the sale price per square foot ranges from $161.79 per square foot to $375 per square foot. Again, so what we have is we are applying a rent of $14.34 for subject property. That gives us potential rent of $281,145, with vacancy loss at 2%, shortfall expenses at 2%, shortfall rate of $6, and cap rate of 7.15%.
Oh, excuse me.
Value is $3,877,000. Okay. Page 6 provides a compressed version of the value calculation workup. following on page, page 7, there is some imagery of subject property. It starts out with aerial view, and yeah, this is the aerial view would be 2018, so it would predate. It would appear to predate the construction, to my knowledge. Then again, we have 2018 street view of the subject property, followed by 2019 street view of the subject property, where we can see that construction is in progress. Okay, page 9 provides picture of subject property as of December 2019, and so expansion has been completed and renovated, and we can see the pictures of the new addition to the subject property. Page 9 provides exterior views, and page 10 shows the interior view of the showroom, some office area, reception area, waiting room, and again, page 11 shows a picture of the garage door and some other various areas of the building. Page 13 has a sketch of the renovation portion. So marked in red is what has been added to subject property. And page 14 has a permit application that was taken out in June of 2019 by Berkshire Hathaway, permit to construct a one-story, 225 square meter addition to an existing auto dealership. That would also include interior alterations to the to include reinforcing space and accommodate additions. So what we have is we have addition as well as interior alteration to the existing building. Overall project value declared seems to be $3 million. And so we have assessor advice to change effective March 5 of 2020 to change the value based on the renovations being complete. That's page 15. So the value changed from $2,565,000 to $3,877,000. And again, we have property assessment notice. Sorry, not property assessment notice, but tax notice. So page 17 has a table of the capitalization rates, followed by municipal assessment excerpts, and income and expense mailer submitted by the property owner, which states that it is fully owner-occupied building. And starting page 23, we have addenda. And the reason for the addenda is in 2020, City of Winnipeg removed the management expense part of the non-recoverable expenses, and it provides evidence why 2% non-recoverable expenses is appropriate to use in this market, and the evidence is provided on let's see, which page was it? On page 27, there is 29 comparables that were used, and the total median non-recoverable expenses is 1.06%. City of Winnipeg is using 2% non-recoverable expense for. And so what we have is we have a fully renovated, or we have a complete vehicle dealership that has been where a new addition has been added, and sections, at least some sections, if not all of the dealership, has been renovated. And that's why the assessment supplementary notice has been issued due to the completion of the renovations, and the value at 14. Just give me a second. I'll scroll to the right page. The value of $14.34 per square foot is would be therefore very much appropriate, as it is a newly renovated dealership with as we have seen, the median for the comparables is around $18, and so $14 is very well below the median and would be supported by the comparables. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Smith, do you have questions for the assessor?
Yes, I do. Thank you. I guess the first question, Mr. Assessor, is this property was already appealed in the 2020 taxation year, correct?
I believe it has been, yes.
Okay, and at that time, the property was reduced significantly, correct? I believe it was yourself as well as me that were on that particular file.
I wasn't there for the realty part. I believe I already put my charges on down. I only represented the business assessment part of it back in the summer.
Oh, yes. Pardon me. You are correct. It was a different assessor. It was the business that you were present on. But you are familiar with what was presented back then. I believe the business and the realty presentations with regard to the rent comparables in particular, they would be identical to what's being presented here by the city today. Is that correct?
I would have to say that typically it is. And I want to say it is, but I would leave a bit of a doubt, as I did not compare both side by sides, and I do not have exact recollection of what has been presented at the business assessment.
Okay. I'll phrase it another way then. Did you yourself make any particular adjustments to the rental comparables that are included today, or is this a standard chart that is used kind of across the board for all automotive dealerships?
It is a standard chart that is being used by the department for the automotive dealerships.
Okay, so I think it's probably fair to assume, and having reviewed it, I'm aware that it is the case that there has been no changes with regard to the rental comparables between the 2020 presentation for the subject property for both realty and business and the 2021 that we're looking at here today. When I look at the photos, so I guess beginning on page number 8 onwards, it looks, I guess those are Google Street Views on 8. The photos from 9 onwards, is that a personal inspection of yours of the property, or did you get a chance to view the subject?
I did not get a chance to personally inspect the property. Those are the pictures that I have found in the file.
Okay, so these may be from the dealership themselves having some photos on Google Street View or something, or has it been inspected by a city assessor?
I have not inspected the property, and I cannot speak as to whether it has been inspected prior by another city assessor.
Okay. So the reason for the supplemental assessment, and the reason we're here today is the new addition as shown on page number 13 of your brief, correct? The addition of 2,500 square feet.
It would appear that the new addition as well as renovation of the other sections of the dealership. Isn't that the case?
The only adjustments that have been made to the property are in the front showroom area. So if I look at page 13, aside from the addition to the parts area, which is very small, when I look at page 13, the shaded area is the particular addition that we're looking at, right? And that's on the north side of the building.
Let me just open up the right page here. Bear with me. You are looking at my evidence that I have just presented, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so let me just scroll down to the page. Okay, so which page are you referring to, Mr. Taylor?
I was looking at your page number 13 with the plan of the building and the shaded area, which indicates the new area.
Okay. I see.
So that's the addition we're speaking about, correct?
Yes. And you asked what side of the building it would be, right? I think. Yeah, that would be the north side of the building.
Okay, great. Let's rewind here a little bit then and get into the rental comparables. So you didn't speak to the rental comparables too much, but it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the presentations given by city assessors with regard to the rental comparables are on dealerships have been such that there are few, if any, true automotive dealership arm's length rental rates, market rental rates to rely on in the marketplace. So the city has taken the position that big box retail structures are the closest in structure to the automotive dealerships, and that's what's being used on the top 27 comparables on your page number 3. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the bottom 4 comparables are balancing that out with some automotive rental rates, correct?
That would be accurate to say that there is no true comparables that would be 100% applicable to the new vehicle dealerships, and therefore using a combination of automotive related comparables as well as retail would, in this given situation, probably pose the best solution in presenting or defining the value.
Okay, so when I when I look at the rental comparables on page number 3 and go through the list, without, I believe without exception, perhaps there's one on where was it? No, it looks like they're without exception. We're looking at Power Center big box leases here, correct? In that we're looking at 4 areas in particular: the Polo Park Power Center area, retail area, the Kenniston and McGilvery interchange Power Center area, the developing area, or developed really, IKEA and Sterling Lion Power Center area, in the southwest, as well as the Kenaston McGillivray area. And then the Regent Avenue and Lagimodier intersection area with the power center developments there, correct? That's where these are located?
Pretty much, yes.
And then the tenancies, and I'm not going to go through them individually here, but just to give a flavor of what we're looking at. We're looking at tenancies of the nature of Sport Check, The Brick, Mark's Work Warehouse, Old Navy, Best Buy, Petland, Staples, Bed Bath & Beyond, Michaels, Ashley Furniture. Those are the type of tenancies that we're seeing here.
Yes.
National level covenants with regard to retail.
Yeah, we're looking at retails that are located similar to subject property in a way that it is in a retail commercial hub, so those are that would be the focus of it. So yeah, it is located in those commercial, I would say, hubs of Polo Park, Regent, newly created Southern Line retail section. Yeah, for the most part, I wouldn't argue with you about it. Yeah, so that's where they are.
Okay. Thank you. So if we were to walk into a Michaels or a Mark's or any number of these big box stores, the vast majority of the floor plate of the plan area, say roughly 90%, 90% plus, oftentimes, would be devoted to the selling floor, correct? In that there's very little warehouse and or loading and or storage or other uses in behind the selling floor. The vast majority of the property is devoted to sales, correct?
So when you're referring to the, and I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I missed part of the question, but you are referring to the retail part of the comparables. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I'm referring to the layout of the individual big box rental comparables.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the point where we're taking the retail component and applying it to the retail section of the. Yes, that would be closely related to in application to the retail part of the dealership as a showroom, and vehicle component would be more related to storage and maintenance of the vehicles.
Okay, and if we were to again go and visit these big box retail comparables on the site now, we would see a power center in each case, basically, where big box store is linked with big box store, was linked with big box store with acres of parking out front, etc. Right, an agglomeration of compatible retail uses.
Some would be in that way. I believe some other comparables there are standalone stores.
But for the most part, that would be fair.
I wouldn't agree with you on that, because there's 29 comparables, and some of them are in I guess located in such a format that they have neighboring other big box stores, whereas others would have a different situation and be in more representative of the standalone stores.
Okay, that's fair. So looking at the retail comparables that are there, I did go through the list, and there is a question coming out of this, just so that the panel is aware. Bed Bath & Beyond, they closed 41 stores back in January prior to the pandemic. Old Navy basically closed up their stores in March prior to the pandemic. Mark's Work Warehouse similarly. The Brick has closed 72 of their stores, again, prior to pandemic. Sport Check similarly closed down at that time. Bouclair had closed 50% of their locations prior to the pandemic timeframe as well. So the rental comparables that are here and the rent levels that we're looking at in these leases, many of which are not operating anymore, should that impact the city's view of these rent levels with regard to valuation?
Yeah, we have to understand that we are using a reference date of April 1st, 2018.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, reviewing the situation in the marketplace post April 1st, 2018 is not permitted by the Municipal Assessment Act.
So with reference to that, then going back to the valuation date of April 1, 2018, what would be the overall state of the call it power center big box retail universe in Canada on an overall basis? Were we seeing an issue with regard to bankruptcies and vacancies, etc.?
Well, as I said, the information here is presented in I guess we can see that there have been leases taken out. Yes, this report has rents that go back to 2013. However, it also has rents that as of September of 2017, close to reference date. So and we can see that the situation there is you cannot state that there is a drastic drop in rents just by looking at the comparables. So you would have to say that properties have been rented for $18.25 in 2017, for example. In that way, has the retail, like that's my answer to part of the question. So there is evidence that properties are being rented for certain dollar amounts, and that is presented in the evidence. And have some retailers been affected prior to April 1st, 2018? Absolutely. We had going back, retailers would declare bankruptcy for one reason or another. And it's a frequent occurrence, but it's not something that happens to everybody. Yeah, majority of the retailers continue to operate, and we're talking about April 1st, 2018, of course. So reference period. So to keep that in mind, up until that time, for sure, individual retailers, which is a small percentage of all retailers, have been affected by closures or bankruptcies. However, on a larger scale, there wasn't evidence that would state that retail is being driven down economically in the marketplace, and where majority of the retailers are being hit and stores are being closing down on a large scale. That didn't happen as of April 1st, 2018.
Well, I didn't bring my evidence or submit my evidence rather with regard to this particular point, so I won't speak to that further. My point overall again, with regard to the valuation date of April 1, 2018, it speaks to the viability of these particular rental rates that are being presented as the retail comps. I'll get into the rest of the retail commentary in my presentation. At the bottom of page number 3, we have, I believe it's number 3. Yes, we have the automotive comparables that are presented. So these are not, with one exception. One is an automobile dealership, correct? Comp number 31. The rest of them are automotive in nature.
Correct.
Okay, so
I think yeah, to the best of my recollection right now, the 2557 Penguin was an automotive dealership.
okay. Looking at comp number 28, then 1284 Main Street. This is a Manitoba Public Insurance facility, correct? Okay. And the layout of that particular structure is a large amount of open plan office area at the front where customers are served and when the various administrative functions of MPI are taking place. The rear of it is the not service area, but the automotive review area where you drive your car in and they have a look at it and you drive out the other end, correct?
Yeah, it has all those sections. Exactly. I cannot state for sure which order it goes, but I wouldn't argue with you. Maybe it is exactly the way it's laid out. I don't have the sketch in front of me right now.
It's my understanding as well that this was a request for proposal build. Is that correct? By MPI itself?
I don't have any information to answer.
Okay. And I hesitate to put you on the spot, and I don't mean to grill you by any means, but we do have to ask the question. So with regard to the same one, there's a significant area of basement space in this facility as well. Is that correct? That's taken into the 20,000 square feet?
I believe there is overall. I believe overall building area is about 40,000 square feet. However, the 20,225 square feet is what is being requested as a rentable area.
Okay. The comp number 29, 3570 Portage Avenue. That was Boyd Auto Body's head office, correct?
Yes, it was the Boyd Auto Body.
Okay, and that particular facility, the vast majority of it, with the exception of two bays at the back, which were not repair bays, but were more similar to MPI viewing bays and or wash bays, was all office space built out for Boyd's head office, correct? So we're looking at an office use, not an automotive in that location.
Well, I wouldn't argue. Like I would still place it in automotive as it has, but I wouldn't argue with you on the point that on the ratio of office and on the vehicle related.
Okay, 3680 Portage Avenue. This is a used auto dealer. The 1250 rate and the area there does not the area that's shown does not include the mezzanine office area in that facility, correct? Which, to my understanding, is over 1,000 square feet, which would drive the rental rate down significantly from $12.50.
and view it in a way that it is 7,200 square feet the way it is presented. I'll have to do further research to refer to the mezzanine. I'm not aware of a mezzanine area being present there.
Okay, thank you for that. And then finally, 2537 Pembina Highway, that is the former Subaru location, correct?
Or was it Honda?
It was Subaru.
It was? Okay. Then, okay. I wouldn't argue with you with that.
Okay, you know what? And I'm going on at length here, and I recognize that. So rather than quiz you with regard to 2537 Pembina, perhaps I'll speak to that panel during my presentation, just to be fair, if that makes more sense for everybody.
Sure, thank you.
Looking at the rest of the presentation here. So page number 4, improved sale comparables. Again, I don't want to go through this at length, but number 1 is Frontier Subaru, correct? 2537 Pembina.
I was getting
okay.
So I wasn't. I didn't hear your question.
Yeah, no worries. Second property, sale comp number 2, Alfa Romeo in the Waverly, correct? And then we're looking at Winnipeg Kia, Midtown Ford, the Chrysler dealer at Point West, Unit 90. And finally, Toyota at 1496 Regent. Or is that your understanding?
Let's see if I have it. No, I don't think I prepared a copy of exact names that were occupied in the building. I have it somewhere else. Give me 1 second. I'll try to find the right file here.
Well, is it material to your presentation? Does it matter who occupies each address?
Yeah.
Or can we just move forward?
Yeah, unfortunately, I do not have readily available list of occupants of the improved sale comparables.
Well, can we agree that they are car dealerships and move forward here, Mr. Smith?
Yes, and I'll, to save time, in the interest of time, I will perhaps ask some general questions as long as the direction of the answers coincides with my understanding of these sales here. Looking at the sale comparables that we have on page number 4, having done some investigation of these sales, each of them involves either a purchase of not just the realty but the dealership as well as goodwill, stock, creative financing in many circumstances, sometimes with stock being provided in one instance, lending ratios being well above typical mortgage lending ratios, etc. Does the city have that background with regard to the sales that are presented on page 11? Or sorry, page 4?
I see. Again, at this moment, whatever is presented in the table, that is the information that is available. Any specific information beyond that would not be readily available.
Okay, fair enough. And there's no sense in me questioning you if you don't have that information. I've, I guess, made my my point with regard to that in the questioning. I believe that will suffice with regard to my questioning. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peich, do you have any questions for the assessor?
I do, just very quickly. Your comps 1 through 27 have a median of $18, and the auto comps 28 through 31 have a median of 16. How did you arrive at a rental rate of $14.64?
Okay. I guess it's those comparables that are used there. They're to prove that retail components would rent for higher than what the dealerships are typically ranging in the $14-15 range. That's what model gives them. Sometimes lower depending on the age, but those comparables would be there to show that if the dealership is to be converted to retail use, it would generate rents. It should generate rents higher than it is being assessed as a dealership at 14. There and it supports the rate for the dealership in that format that we are assessing it at a lower than what a typical retailer or otherwise a vehicle-related component rents for. There are other vehicle-related components which are through vehicle service garages, and sometimes they generate lower rents per square foot, but they're not, for one reason or another, they're not part of the city of Winnipeg's comparables. And the reason being why they're not is that typically their condition and the quality of build would not be typical to what a new car dealership is. So it would be a regular car garage that is of a way lower quality. So that's why there's such a difference in rents when you look at the comparables, and they're ranging in around median. They're ranging in around $18 per square foot, whereas when we compare it to dealerships, we have typically we're defending rate per square foot, which is way lower than what a comparable assessment is at.
So if we had a great deal of confidence in the auto dealership numbers that you've presented, and I'll call them dealership-like structures, why would we just apply the 1625? That's your comps number 28 through comp 31. If we were very comfortable with those numbers.
Well, again, dealerships by themselves, they are mixed-use buildings. They have typically within the same building, they would have retail component, office component, vehicle service component.
Yes. Okay.
And therefore, those compare.
Rose.
Buildings that are located in a similar retail hubs have same exposure to the customer base.
Okay, you know what? I'll sorry to interrupt you. You've answered the question. I thank you for that. I have no other questions.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Mr. Padden, do you have any questions?
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Nor do I. So, Mr. Smith, would you like to proceed with your presentation, please?
I have one follow-up question, if that's all right. Just one.
Okay.
Just one. Mr. Assessor, are you aware of any big box tenancies that have occupied former automotive dealership space in the city of Winnipeg?
I am not aware of any. Again, we are using it as a best possible example to represent the value. What would similar, I guess, the structure be if such a property being on McPhillips Street? If the dealership is to vacate from that property, and the building is to become available for other purposes, would it be possible to convert it into a retail structure? With some work, of course, some investment would have to be done. It would be, and would it, how much rent would it generate then? And when we look at the retail component, we see, okay, it would generate around $18 per square foot as a median. That is how we are to view it. And yes, to answer your question again, have any been converted? I don't think anything has. I may be wrong about it, but to my knowledge, nothing comes to my mind that I can say some building has been converted. But is it possible? Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. Mr. Smith?
Yes, thank you very much. So to start with, I realize it's been a very long day. I've been watching the majority of the time as well, so I will be as concise as I can be while presenting all of the information. I'll go through it probably fairly rapidly, but there's a lot of ground to cover, so hopefully my microphone works out well here. Just as background, the supplemental or assessor advice that was issued in March was missed by the ownership. That's why we're not dealing with a 2020 taxation year appeal. They missed the filing deadline for that. They didn't notice it come out. So we had to file for the 2021 year. So we're already looking at a period of time over 2020 where, in our professional opinion, they've already been overvalued for an entire year. We'll present that material to obviously going forward in the report here. Another point to keep in mind as we move along, we did appeal the property for the 2020 taxation year in the regular time frame, and at that time the property was valued originally at $3,399,000, which was a % increase over their prior assessed value, which has been appealed to the municipal board. We reduced that on the basis of our valuation. So the exact same information with one lease exception and a few additional photos that I've provided is the same information in the brief today as was presented for the 2020 taxation year and upon which the decision was already made. I've included the 2020 realty decision in the addenda of my materials, where you can see that the decision taken by the board was based on our net operating income and a cap rate of 7.5%. Following that, you also have the the business appeal, which was identical with regard to all the information included. That followed the exact same decision in that it was based entirely on our evidence, which I believe the current assessor was present for as well. I'll leave that as the opening remark. So we're not looking at anything different here today, with the exception of one additional lease and some additional photos to show you the very, very minor changes in the building as we move along. So let's get into the property. 2420 McPhillip Street is, just to situate you, and I think this is an important point. If you look at my page number 7, if you've all got that there, we're looking at McPhillip Street north of the Leela and McPhillips interchange. So north of the Seven Oaks Hospital, north of the Walmart, and essentially just inside the developed area of the city on that end of McPhillips. So we're not talking a location that is in the strip along either Leela or McPhillips where there is supportive retail. It's basically on the border of the city. There are other car dealerships that are in the immediate vicinity, but if you're looking at drivers of traffic and customers, that's all located significantly to the south of the subject property. Going back, let's look at my page number 1, property details. So 2420 McPhillips, there's a significant appeal history as shown on the property. Obviously, we reduced the 2020 assessment as already discussed, as well as the prior years. We currently have both 2018 and 2016 at the municipal board, and we're awaiting scheduling of those properties for appeal. Obviously, we go back to 2012. Property zone C4, original construction date was 2011, and we're looking at a site area of 3 acres with a land to plan area ratio of 7.34 to 1. So it's close to the bottom end of what you look at as far as site area for a modern automotive dealership. Typically, you're looking for 8 to 1 and or above in order to accommodate display of vehicles for sale, service vehicles, as well as customer and employee parking. We can move on to the photos of the property now. Quick comment with regard to this. The addition to the property was driven by the owners. They needed some additional part space, an additional office, and it never hurts to have a little bit of additional display space up front. So the addition was driven by them. The redevelopment, which truly only affects the front showroom area and the external skin of the property, is entirely driven by Hyundai. And what happens in the automotive dealership industry is that the brands themselves have significant, basically entire control over who represents them in the individual markets. And when their branding changes and they require their representatives in the individual markets to change to reflect that, it's essentially a directive from the brand. You must change the exterior of the building to look like our new branding. You must put up new signage. You must make the interior look like this, or somebody else gets the dealership rights in your market. That's not an option, obviously, as a dealership, so you have to comply. That's entirely driven by the brands. Birchwood Automotive, my client here, the largest overall dealer of cars in the city, had direct discussions with them as to whether this drives any additional sales revenue for them. And they're very clear that this does not drive additional revenue for them. It's simply a brand recognition thing that they're forced to comply with. They don't sell additional cars because they have new tile in the showroom or different colors. It's exactly the same, just additional costs on their end. So looking at page 2, you can see the exterior with the new fish scale exterior on the roof line, as you can see, service bay at the bottom. And moving on to page number 3, exterior of the back. And what I have done to show you the difference is show you a before and after picture of the showroom display area. So if you look at the bottom of page number 3, this is before the renovation or renovation addition. At the top of page 4, we're looking at the after in November when I took this photo. So what you're looking at essentially is a painting of the ceiling, some installation of sound dampening tiles, and a replacement of the floor tiling. That's what the change is, as well as they added an additional office or 2 in the new area. But that's really the only difference as far as renovation for the property goes. Again, it doesn't drive any additional revenue. The area that's been expanded is on the far end of the showroom at the top of page number 4, as well as the office section just behind that, and then the parts area immediately behind that. So just to give you an indication, the expansion of the building ends at the bottom of page number 4. That's the additional area of the parts building. Exactly the same as the rest of the parts area. It's just additional space. So we're not looking at, retailification of the whole building or anything. The rest of the photos are the same as they were in the prior presentation, and you can see the automotive repair area, service area at the back. Pretty standard as far as automotive service goes. You have your individual bays with your hoists, open floor plan, drains, etc. It's very basic. They're not a lot different from each other. Moving on, we describe the property in a bit more detail at the top of page 4. I don't need to get into that. And then you can see the site area of the property at the bottom of page number 6 and the layout of the subject property. From there, let's move forward quickly to my page number 8 and the automotive industry. Basically, and this goes back to the valuation date of April 1, 2018 as well. We're looking at an industry in flux with significant change happening. Online shopping in all retail areas has given rise to a lot more information to consumers, easier access for comparison shopping, and what this has led to is more increased competition, price margins in that industry. It's also led individual brands to look at consolidation, where they have larger, what they're calling distribution centers, rather than have a widespread of individual dealerships across markets, where you have, say, 3 Hyundais or 4 Hondas or whatever it is in larger markets. They would have one distribution center. You look at it online, you go to the distribution center, and obviously this drives down the need for dealership buildings and demand for them and value for them, obviously. Beyond that, we have other players entering the market. Amazon has entered the European market for automotive dealers and brung their considerable capital and expertise to bear, driving down pricing and having faster product delivery, etc., basically compressing margins. This also leads to lesser demand for these type of properties in the marketplace. And then we're looking at a stable vehicle sales market for passenger and slightly larger vehicles in the relevant time frame as well. Moving on to page number 9, and this is critical, so I'll go through this in a little bit more detail. Automobile properties are special use properties. They're not retail properties. They're not big box properties. They're not conducive to being located on power center lots as the city's comparables are. They're specially built for their particular purpose. If you look at the top of my page number 9, looking in the appraisal journal, which is one of the main, actually the main appraisal industry journal with regard to valuation issues. We have an article entitled Peculiarities of Appraising Auto Dealership Facilities, and it states auto dealership facilities are considered special use or special purpose properties, which means that they cannot typically be assigned other uses. Auto dealership facilities are typically constructed for a specific use and are not readily adapted to alternative uses. So looking at that, looking at the city's presentation of the various big box retail leases, which I've gone through in detail, you're not going to have a Michael's or Best Buy or Bouclair or any of those tenancies wanting to locate where the auto dealership is, nor are they going to fit into the structure that's there. There'd be significant changes that would have to take place in order to accommodate that. And above and beyond that, they would not locate there because it does not serve their sales purpose. They need to be where the others are. And that's why you have power centers that have developed. That's the whole purpose of them, the agglomeration of compatible retail uses. Looking at automobile dealerships and the cycle of the properties themselves, essentially what you're looking at is 3 typical stages for a property like this. You have the number 1 branded new auto dealership. So similar to the Hyundai that we're looking at today, or any of the other brands where they're selling first line sales. You're looking at new sales of properties supported by service. Once the property is no longer suitable for that purpose, once it's obsolete as a branded auto dealership, it typically phases into use as a used auto dealership and serves that purpose for a period of time. Typically, this can occur when the size is no longer suitable for the property or the layout or the structure, location, etc. Any number of reasons. Beyond that, what you see is the 3rd phase, where it's no longer suitable for that purpose at all, or other purposes, because as stated, they're special use properties, others don't locate in them. What we're looking at then in the 3rd phase is demolition and redevelopment. So to speak to this, bottom of page 9, looking specifically at the Winnipeg market, my number 1 here, 3021 Pembina Highway. This is the former Winnipeg Honda property. The Honda dealership moved to the Waverly Auto Mall, and the structure remained vacant for an exceptionally long period of time. I'm going to say we were looking at roughly 10 years. There were no interim uses during that time frame, despite efforts to lease it, and subsequently, including used auto sales. Subsequently, it has been demolished, and the property has been sold and is just now being redeveloped for multifamily use at the south end of Pembina Highway. Number 2, 1310 Regent Avenue. This was originally a Ford dealership, became a used auto dealership when it was obsolete, and now it's been demolished and is being redeveloped with a new modern dealership, simply because the owner, Birchwood Automotive, has contiguous land available that will support a new automotive dealership. Otherwise, the site would be too small and it would have to be put to another use. Number 3, 630 Portage Avenue, former McNaught Pontiac Buick Cadillac, moved, it was there in 75, moved to Waverly in 2003 to the Auto Mall. Became a used auto dealership, not terribly successful. That went through 2012, and then it was for sale from 2011 onwards, and it's now a redevelopment site. Number 4, 2537 Pembina Highway. This is the Frontier Subaru. Didn't discuss it much in the city's presentation. The situation here is the Jim Pattison Group, a very large automotive dealership group out of Vancouver, wanted to get into the Winnipeg marketplace as part of their expansion plans. And so in order to do that, there was no open dealerships for them to bring in, so they needed to purchase. They bought both Subaru and one Toyota provider. 2 of those on Regent, 1 on Pembina Highway. And in order to do that, the owner of Frontier Subaru at that time knew that they had the upper hand and obviously drove a bargain where they signed the Jim Pattison Group signed a well above market lease as acknowledged by Jim Pattison Group and the city for a period of time with an option to buy at the end of that lease at an above market rate purchase price for the 2537 Pembina Highway location. This is all public record. It's been talked about numerous times. I have had the discussions with the parties involved, and it is the case. It's also been discussed by other agents before this panel as well. As soon as the lease was up, the Jim Pattison Group moved Subaru to the Waverly Auto Mall, and the property remains vacant with the except student housing going up next door. On a short-term basis, this is being used as their development office. Number 5 is former Saturn dealership in Point West Auto Park. They went bankrupt and the property was too small to put another mainline dealer in. It's now being used as a truck sales center as well as some financing out of that location. They could not put a normal brand in there because it was obsolete, speaking to the utility of a property such as that. Finally, 3081 Portage Avenue. This was a branded auto dealership back in time, became obsolete and was a string of different used auto dealerships over a long period of time with extended periods of vacancy in between. So that is the cycle for automotive dealership properties in Winnipeg, as well as other centers as well. Just for comparative purposes, and I think this visual is quite useful. If you look at the bottom of page number 10, what I have shown is one of the city's comparables, 840 St. James Street. This is a Michaels. As you can see from the top photo, it's located in line with other national branded retailers, Save On Foods, Old Navy, Best Buy, etc., etc. The list goes on as you go down the street there. And then you have the aerial of it. And you can see, as I spoke to, you're looking at roughly 90% of the floor area being devoted to sales of the product for those individual retailers. None of these retailers are relocating into either A, the off-center locations that the automotive dealerships would be in, and at least as importantly, they cannot occupy the space that an automotive dealership is in. It's not built that way. Automotive dealerships are roughly, call it 30 to 40% showroom / office at the front, with the balance of the property 60 to 70% of the property being service at the back of the property. So there is no retailer that's going to move into either A, those locations, or those structures. There's a reason that they locate together. Let's move quickly on to the valuation. Keep in mind, all the information presented here has already been presented in the 2020 decision, where our valuation, with the exception of the cap rate, was utilized in the decision. So, as stated already, there's very few arm's length automotive dealership rents in the marketplace, as they are typically owner occupied. So what we need to do in order to create a valid valuation structure, according to appraisal theory, is look at alternative uses that will give some support for appropriate rental rates, net rental rates in the marketplace, in order to frame an appropriate lease rate for the subject property. So what I have done, and what I feel is the most appropriate way of doing this, is look at the property in 2 phases. We have the automotive service area, which is, again, you're looking at 60 to 70% of the property, and the front portion of the property is essentially showroom, office / retail. Now, we're not talking big box retail. We're looking at showroom kind of specialty retail. So quickly looking at the properties on page number 12, as you can see, we're trying to have properties that are indicative of service and repair, strictly for automotive, and as recent in time as we can with regard to the start dates of the leases. They will vary in location, size, age, etc. But we can run through a couple of them quickly here. I've indicated what many of the tenancies are. We have some national brands such as Fountain Tire, number 4, right downtown, nearly 9,000 square feet. Obviously, prime location being downtown like that. Paying a premium rent for that location of $13 a square foot. That's your upper end of what you're going to see as far as payment for an automotive service location. Obviously, that can drop significantly if we look at property on Fife, 8,000 square feet, paying a rent of $650 starting in 2016. Looking at the locations, we're looking at generally your main thoroughfares: Portage Avenue, Pembina Highway, St. Anne's, Osborne. Obviously, the size can vary somewhat, but overall, we're looking at a range for the automotive service properties of between $650 and $13 at the upper end. And if you look at the actual comps themselves, they tend to fall in that 8 to 10, 10.50 per square foot range. And again, we're looking at quality properties here as well, located on main thoroughfares. You're looking at tenancies such as Boyd, Fountain Tire, Midas, Sturgeon Tire, etc. included in this list. I'm happy to go over them one by one, but you probably don't want that. Looking at page number 13, I will point out my number 20. This is 1322 Waverly, owned by Qualico. The tenant there is not auto. So as we're probably all aware, Not Auto is a used car dealer, but they sell premium cars. And so this is an arm's length lease. It's been in front of the board already for appeal, I believe. I've included the material with regard to this in the addenda to show that this is a true arm's length lease. And we're looking at a 2018 lease, so very recent, at a rate of $6.85 a square foot for just over 27,000 square feet. Photos of the property are at the bottom, so you can see the exterior as well as the interior showroom area. And the location can't get much more prime than the southeast corner of Waverly and McGillivray in southwest Winnipeg, right by Linden Woods, etc. So that is an arm's length lease for an automotive dealership. Let's move on to showroom retail. So this represents the front of the property. Now, when we look at an automotive dealership, you have your showroom area, you have your offices that the salespeople are in behind that, as well as the staff and other circulation, other admin functions as well in that area. So we need to address that in value. What would this lease for on the market? So let's have a quick run through this. I have properties on Fort White Way, Lorimer, Kenaston, Waverly, South Landing, and Nature Park Way. What we're looking at is very well located, prime locations, properties that are that showroom retail type of use with excellent visibility in a prime area of Winnipeg. What do these lease for in modern times? So the tenancies are shown there. We have the 400 Fort White Way properties. This is located just to the west of Costco. New build, 11,000 and 25,000 square feet. Sky Zone being one of the tenancies, and we're looking at $11 to $11.90 a square foot at that time. Sky Zone has since gone out of business. Beyond that, number 3, Lorimer, retail tenancy, Dynasty Bathrooms, showroom retail, 2016 lease for 10 years, 5,000 square feet, $13.10 a square foot. That's towards your upper end of the range again. Property on Kenaston, number 4 and 5. This is a former industrial property that has been converted to showroom retail. This is an excellent comparable. It's located directly north of the brand new Mercedes dealership fronting on Kenaston. So prime location. It's located adjacent to a couple of other new up and coming automotive dealerships as well. So showroom retail again, we have 15,000 square feet, which is Trans-Canada Brewing. They have a restaurant / sampling area, which is half of the space, the balance being production area. 2016 lease for that amount of space at $12 a square foot. Absolute prime location, no longer an industrial. A lot of money was sunk into changing it. Number 5, same property, directly beside it, Lux Barbecue, just under 10,000 square feet, 2016 lease, $12.50 a square foot. Again, showroom retail. 6 and 7 are not quite as good. They're located on Waverly in an actual industrial building, showroom retail, but not as well located. Lower rents. This is the bottom end of the range. We're not saying it should lease for this, just giving you the range of values. 980 Lorimer, shoe retail, 2018 lease, $12 a square foot. That is in your IKEA area to the east. And then we have an automotive use in South Landing, 2018 lease, top end of the range, $13.75 for 4,000 square feet. For another 400 Fort White Way, and the very last one, 96 Nature Parkway. This is also an excellent comparable, 15,000 square feet, just under 16,000. New built in 2006. Relatively newly built, 2017 lease for 5 years at $11.95 a square foot. In order to show you the quality of these comps, and I spent a fair bit of time getting excellent comps for this, I've given you photos of the properties as well as a map. The maps haven't come out particularly well, but you can see the location of the properties from there. So page 15 gives you the 400 Fort White Way properties. Very, very newly built multi-tenant development to the west of Costco Wholesale, Sky Zone tenancy there. 996 Lorimer on page 16. If you look at IKEA and Seasons of Tuxedo, you cross Kenaston on Sterling Lion, and just to the north of that, you have that jagged development by ANS Homes with many showroom retail properties in there. That is where that's located. 1290 Kenaston. This is the one directly north of the Mercedes dealership where Trans-Canada Brewing and the barbecue company are. Excellent prime visibility. And the leases, as you can see there, are showroom retail. 1036 Waverly on page 18. Not an ideal comp, but again, showroom retail for a significant portion of that. That's the bottom end of the range. 980 Lorimer, immediately next door to the other Lorimer property. Again, you can see the retail showroom nature of this property by IKEA. And then finally, page number 20, 96 Nature Park Way. So if you look at where the Tim Hortons on Kenaston is and Canadian Western Bank, this is located right there just behind the retention pond. Excellent visibility from Keniston. And again, a showroom retail use as you can see. Showroom retail doesn't get much better located than this in the city. And when you look at the range of rental rates for this, we're looking at a low end of $6 a square foot up to a high of in the $13 a square foot range for that type of showroom retail. Looking at looking at the subject property and automotive dealerships in general, looking at the age of the property, the renovation to it, location, etc., we have assigned towards the top end of the range of rental rates at $12.50 a square foot. I believe I'm pushing the upper end of the mark at this level. I think if one were to actually lease it, it might achieve less than this, but we want to be fair in the valuation, so I've assigned $12.50 a square foot. The rental comparables are rock solid. They give you a very excellent indication of what rent would be for this type of facility based on dividing it into the two separate uses. So $12.50 a square foot. Again, this is exactly what was used for 2020.
Mr. Smith? Hello?
His feed has just frozen.
Okay, yes.
Let's just give him a moment.
Like,
Oh,
I think we've lost sound on him. Mr. Smith? Mr. Smith? Hello? Mr. Smith?
that may be just catching up
Oh, okay.
thing. Because his microphone is still showing that it's not muted.
I don't know how to get his attention. Okay.
I don't get his attention either. What if I just put him in the waiting room? That might get his attention.
Surprise!
Okay, let's see if bringing him back makes everything better.
Hello? Nope.
Muted. There we go.
Hi, can you hear us? Mr. Smith, can you hear us? We cannot hear you.
Something's happened to your microphone, Trevor. We can't hear you. It's not showing that you're muted, but the connection is lost. We're not able to get your sound. Let's see if I mute him. I can't actually unmute. He has to still do it, but okay. No,
We cannot hear you.
no, we cannot hear you. That's weird.
You're going to have to write down everything you want to say in Sharpie and then hold it up like for us to see.
I'm wondering, let's just call a 2-minute recess, please, and we can see if we can get this working.
Start practicing your calligraphy.
and we'll get things up and running again. Okay, Trevor, you can go ahead again.
Proceed. Okay.
All right, I'll call this meeting back to order. And please proceed.
Thank you very much. Apologies for any technical difficulties there, if that was my doing. It's heading on towards 4 o'clock. I can feel everybody's energy fading. We have some ground that's been covered thousands of times before all of us. We heard Mr. Slaughter discuss the expense allowance issue with regard to the city of Winnipeg's former 7% allowance versus the 2% that is now being allowed. My presentation will not differ significantly. I'm happy to go through it. I don't know that we need that or that will be beneficial. It's not going to illuminate you in any different way. I have all of the material present in the report for you to review if you wish, as well as innumerable decisions included in the addenda materials indicative of the Board of Revision making the decision to re-include the 5% allowance in addition to the 2% for the reasons described both by ourselves as well as the other agents presenting before the board. If you have any questions on that, I am happy to answer them. The material is presented there for you, as well as our summary of our own study with regard to non-recoverable operating expenses, which is shown on page number 23 in the chart provided. Again, happy to answer any questions, but I will leave that with you and trust that we will follow the general trend as of decisions coming out of the Board of Revision from the current cycle. The shortfall allowance that we use is, we have no quibble with the $6 a square foot. It may be higher than that, but we're not going to make any request for higher shortfall. We can move on to capitalization rate and my page number 24. Now, as stated earlier, these are owner-occupied properties. We're not going to see any true capitalization rates in the marketplace, including the Subaru sale on Pembina Highway, as that was representative of a purchase of both the business as well as the retail with creative financing and no intent to continue to occupy the property. Essentially, they were buying their way into the market, which precludes the sale from any true capitalization rate study according to appraisal theory. Looking at my page number 24, the issues with regard to capitalization rate are described at the top of the page. I will not run through this. This is not an asset class that draws investors, so you will not see typically any outside investors buying automotive dealerships and leasing them to tenancies. There's many reasons for this. One reason for this would be the requirement for renovation at roughly every 5 years at an extreme cost. It's simply unsupportable by a landlord in order to do that. The instability of the sales market leads to increased risk. The obsolescence issue as these properties age also is a factor. There's simply no demand from an investment perspective. So we're looking at owner occupants. Now, we still need to come up with a value, and this needs to be based on market transactions. So what we have done in our report is present both true investment sales of investment grade or lower investment grade industrial properties as well as retail properties from that same time frame. All of these were arm's length occupied by tenants, and they were owned by investors. So the capitalization rates resulting are taken directly from the performance of those properties with no adjustments. So in the in the industrial sphere, I have further details with regard to all these properties if there's any questions. Our sales range between late 2015 through May of 2017. Obviously, they vary in size. We have a single tenant property on Debates selling in 2017 at a 7.4% cap. This is located at St. Boniface Industrial Park. Hutching Street, again, single tenant, well-tenanted property, October 2016 sale, 7.2% cap, long-term tenancy. Multi-tenant investment sale, Sherwin and Keith. That's actually a typo on the sale price. It was 18 million and 50,000, I believe, 7% cap. And then we have both Waverly and Logan after that, varying in size and applicability. So overall, we're looking from 7% upwards, essentially. We're not talking about strictly an industrial property here. There are greater risks to be had for this type of property. Moving on to retail, our cap rates range from a low of 7.1% in 2018 for a very small sale on Gateway, not the best comp, up to a high of 9.1% for quite a good comp on McPhillips Street, 2015 sale, 9.1% cap, significant size, over $5 million sale. We have a more recent one on Osborne and Stradbrook, number 1. Again, significant size, over $4 million, 2018 sale at a 7.5% overall cap rate. The ranges provided by the main brokerages are stated at the bottom there in that 6.5% to 7.25% range for for investment grade industrial. Typically, that would be higher end than what we're talking about here in the cap rates that we have presented, with one or two exceptions. So that would be better properties. So you're going to see a lower cap rate coming out of that, somewhat of a promotional tool for the brokerages. And then we have our summary on page number 25. So again, there's a number of things that make this risk profile considerably greater. We have a special use building that has largely no other use other than automotive sales and repair. No other retail tenancy is going to move into this. We have the obsolescence issue, where as times change and the needs of the dealerships change, the buildings become obsolescent and are no longer particularly useful. They move on to the second phase, where they're then used auto dealers, which typically would drive a lower rental rate, etc. And then the redevelopment following that. So demand for these properties is only owner occupied. It's a fickle industry. We have changes that are forced on it. We have, at the relevant time frame, we have changes in the industry happening and happening rapidly. And for this reason, there is significantly greater risk than there is in your typical investment grade industrial and or retail property. So in order to reflect that, we have used a capitalization rate of 8% in our valuation for the property. So if you look at the page 25 and the chart there, you can see the summary of our valuation on the left side of the page. City of Winnipeg's 2020 supplemental immediately beside that, followed by their original 2020 valuation, and prior to that, the 2018 one. So we have not changed our valuation methodology from the original 2020 presentation. 1250 was the rate we used then. It is still 1250. The tiles and minor addition to the building are not going to drive a higher rental rate for the property. And we stand by our cap rate of 8%. So this gives us a rounded value of $2,727,000. Very quickly, if you flip into the very beginning of the addenda, you will see the 2020 Board of Revision decision on realty, indicating reduction to $2,565,000 based on the NOI as presented by the applicant, which is myself, at $12.50 a square foot. And a cap rate of 7.5% was utilized at that time. We're still not in agreement with the cap rate. We stick by our 8%. Following that, you have the business appeal, again, using the applicant's evidence, which is exactly the same as what I presented here. Then we have 2018 and the materials that I typically include, including the income and expense, the brokerage reports, as well as the supportive Board of Revision decisions with regard to the net non-recoverable operating expenses issue that has been before the board in this cycle. At the very back, we have the materials that I referenced with regard to the changing automotive dealership marketplace. That's a lot of material. Suffice it to say, I think we're rock solid on our rental rates. The location, the specialty use of these properties, the lack of demand for them from any other use, I think is extremely well supported by what I've provided here today. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Mr. Assessor, do you have any questions?
I do. I guess Trevor, let me just find, when you provide, information, your comparables, I think it's page, well, it's not 14, right? It's page 12. What you're using there is, I guess what you're doing is you're taking a similar approach what the city does, where you are colluding showroom retail, showroom type of properties with automotive type of properties. So we are kind of on the same page over there. Would you agree with me on that?
I totally disagree. In fact, what I've presented are showroom retail properties in very well located, similar locations to the property, actually somewhat superior, of the same size, not national brands, located in power centers, entirely different spheres. So no, I do not agree.
So you don't agree that the approach both city is taking, given the lack of direct evidence to rent of vehicle service dealership, vehicle dealership. We're using we're trying to use next best available option, which is we're trying to find retail space or showroom space as we have done, and other, I guess, in your case, it was industrial usage, and City of Winnipeg is using automotive usage. Would you agree with me on that?
I guess what I would say, Arca, is that yes, we faced with a lack of significant numbers of arm's length automotive dealership leases in the marketplace. We have to come up with a best case valuation format based on the property that we have. So we're looking at automotive service and repair for a portion of that property, and then the most applicable representative type of properties in the marketplace with regard to the retail / office on the front of them, both in size as well as utility. So what we have presented are properties of the right size, of the right visibility, in similar locations, somewhat superior typically, but not national branded retailers, big box retailers located in power centers. Those are two different worlds. There is no link between them.
NCR is using its site. Okay, so I understand. So on page 12 for automotive, you are presenting property. Those are vehicle service garages for the most part of various types, from small non-brand vehicle service garages to I guess, national brands like Fountain Tire. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so for the most part, some of them would come close in quality to the subject property, and a lot of them would be inferior to subject property in quality. Would you agree with me on that?
Certainly, some of them would be would be smaller and perhaps somewhat inferior as far as the structures go. The utility of them is largely the same, and obviously location plays a big factor with regard to rental rates.
Obviously, and when I look at the age, I see that all of them are older buildings. Would you agree with me on that?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear quite what your question was.
Age of the comparable that you have used on page 12, automotive, all of them are much older than subject property. Would you agree with me on that?
Yes, going through it, most of them are older. Now, that's not deliberate. We're not looking to select old properties. That's what's on the marketplace as far as arm's length leases that are out there. Again, with reference to automotive, we went through the ones presented by the city, and essentially we're looking at either office space or RFPs that shouldn't have been included in the first place, and or creative financed properties such as the Subaru property, which again shouldn't have been included either.
Yeah, what I'm trying to get to, Trevor, and I know the timing is not in our favor today, yeah. But I still have to ask.
Yep.
So my apologies.
That's fine.
I guess a lot of them would typically, if we are to compare them side by side, may have to be adjusted upwards to come to the condition of a subject property. Would you agree with me on that?
I wouldn't necessarily disagree. I think there's several things you need to take into account, though. The size of the repair area for the subject property is going to be significantly larger. There's economies of scale at play there. So while it's newer, shinier, I mean, they repair vehicles, right? They're not a lot different from each other. Yes, there might be some upward adjustment, but we're looking at $6.50 or $6 up to a high of $13 or something like that. Okay. Overall on the property, we're at $12.50 a square foot.
No, I see. But then when we go into your next page, which is showroom retail, I kind of went through it, and I noticed that comparable 1, 2, 10, and 9 are outside. They're in the realm of McDonald. Is that correct?
Yes. Sorry, I'm reliving Groundhog Day here because I answer this question every time that I have an automotive dealership. Okay. And so, yes, it's in the RM. Is it in the capital area and right by Costco? Yes, it is.
Okay. But anyway, so that I have to ask you that. And then the rest of the comparables that are not in the RM, they're in the industrial zone. Would you agree with me on that?
No. I would not. If you go through these, and believe me, I spent a lot of time on this because this is crucial, the showroom part. Go through the maps, go through the locations, go through the photos. Yeah, you're looking at locations, prime locations, largely in Southwest Winnipeg, the prime, typically considered the best area to develop in the city of Winnipeg. These are excellent comparables. Okay. We're not talking industrial properties that shouldn't be counted.
Okay, let me rephrase the question. What NC is NC is comparable 4 and 5 in?
I'm sorry? What was 4 and 5?
What NCA is 4 and 5 in?
One more time, I didn't hear the question.
Comparable 4 and comparable 5. What NCA would they be in? Neighborhood area? What neighborhood are they
in? Neighborhood area would they be in? Well, so if you look at my page number 17, they're immediately adjacent to the Linden Meadows, Linden Woods area. They're in that area immediately north, not part of, but immediately north of the Keniston McGillivray Power Center area. So they don't form part of the retail, they're adjacent to it. As I mentioned before, those are immediately across the street to the north from the new Mercedes dealership. And adjacent to the new Lexus dealership, and there's another one coming online. Excellent comparables.
Okay, so comparable 4, 5, 3, and 8. Are they in the City Industrial Park?
Sorry.
Comparable 4, 5, 3,
Yeah.
and 2. Are they in the Tuxedo Industrial Park?
Are they in industrial parks? Well, 4 and 5, I would not consider to be in an industrial park. We were just discussing those. I didn't catch what the other ones were. 7.
3. Are they in the Tuxedo? Are they located in the Tuxedo Industrial
So if you're looking at the Lorimer properties, I would guide you to page number 19, as well as page number 16. You can see the location of those. The property developed there by A&S Homes is a modern flex space development. You can see the exterior of it. Largely the tenancies that you see in there are of that showroom / office use. So is it zoned industrial? Perhaps, but the use of it is as described.
I would agree with you that they are in that shape where they have industrial / showroom component to it. However, they are in the industrial park, and therefore, being in the industrial park, would you agree with me that they would have fewer customer exposure than a property that is located next to the major commercial hub or within the commercial hub, and subject property is considered within the McPhillips commercial hub. Would you agree with me that those properties that have way less foot traffic? It's funny to say it in December of 2020, but they would have way less foot traffic than they would otherwise be of 2018, I guess.
So I take your point and thank you for making it. And I totally understand to the point of being an industrial park. It's not an industrial park. It's a flex space. The very different things. Is the zoning perhaps industrial? Yes, it likely is. What you'll see on the 2 Lorimer properties is immediately to the south, fronting on Sterling Lion, is that 5-story medical office building, prime development, and surrounding multifamily developments in that area. Does it have marginally less visibility than being on Keniston? Yeah, I would agree with you on that point. Does it have bad visibility? No, I wouldn't say that in particular, but it's not on the main thoroughfare. It's adjacent to it. So I take your point.
And, again, would you agree with me that buildings that are built as specific retail or dealership as in subject property case would have more rigid requirements as to components of HVAC and fire escapes and so on than an industrial building would?
Do they have greater requirements for HVAC and fire
escapes, fireproofing and so on as than a typical industrial building?
It very much depends on the build out of the property. Again, if you look at the tenancies in these Lorimer properties, no, they were looking at showroom retail / office. They would have the exact same needs for those services in that location as the others.
Okay.
It's not. We're not talking warehouse industrial versus big box retail here. That's not the case.
Well, so some of them I would say are. For example, your example on a page, I can just throw it up, would be more warehouse industrial, in my opinion. The brewery.
Which one was that?
Okay, hold on just a second. Is it on page 17 of your report? I don't know. I have to say, you have to tell me what comparable is. Simply comparable.
Okay, so that's comparable number 4 and 5 at 1290 Kenaston. So we have two comps there. One is TransCanada Brewing and the other is the barbecue company. So as described, TransCanada Brewing has a restaurant slash tasting facility, which comprises roughly 50% of the floor space of the lease. So in that way, there is the production facility. Granted, I've already spoken about that. The barbecue company is largely showroom retail. It's not, there's some storage obviously, but it's not largely warehouse space, certainly less than TransCanada.
Yeah. Okay. So a few more questions. I guess now going back to subject property. So the new addition that has been built, was it the $3 million that the owner had to spend as a permit state, or is there a different value?
I'm sorry?
The construction cost, was it $3 million as a permit state?
Well, I believe you've included the price or the amount that they included on their plan as submitted to the city. I don't know what the final number is. It's somewhat irrelevant. We're not talking about valuing properties on a cost basis, and as has been described to this board many times, the cost that is required to construct a property is not directly translatable to value. It's amortized over a significant period of time. Bringing it up is a red herring, and I'm sorry, it just is. It happens every time I present these properties. How much did it cost to build? It's not a $3 million addition.
No,
otherwise, you'd add $3 million to your valuation.
No,
let's move on.
I perfectly agree with you on that. I'm not trying to put a cost edge to the development, to the renovation. It's just a line of questioning.
Yes, and you know what? I'm sorry if I'm being call it what you want, but I have the same question every time, and eventually you get tired.
Okay, so and you said that the addition was built because owner needed extra space. Is that correct?
I'm having trouble hearing you. I'm sorry for asking over and over.
Oh no, definitely. You stated in your presentation that the owner has commenced the construction of the addition because they needed extra space. Is that correct?
They needed some additional part space, and if you look at the plan of the building, they're not just going to add on part space and a little chunk. It made sense to expand so that you have a square essentially, or a rectangle completing that end of the property rather than a bump out. So they have a bit more showroom space and a bit more office.
Oh, okay. So with that, did this construction and next thing you mentioned that it is requirement of the brand to do the renovations. Was that the case as well, or was it purely the drive of the property owner to do that out?
It's 100% driven by the brands, and it's a cycle where they go through 5 to 7 years, and then Hyundai or Ford or Subaru or whoever goes through a rebranding exercise where they want their properties to match their new branding, and every dealership is required to spend the money to match their requirements.
Okay. Definitely.
It does not drive additional business and or revenue.
So would that would those requirements include exterior and interior renovations?
It depends, really. In this case, there was the external roof line that you can see. It's that brown fish scale. It's not to everybody's taste. I don't think it would stay if you, by some fluke, were to put a different tenancy in there. And then there is, of course, the new tile that they put on the floor in the showroom, as well as some baffling on the ceiling.
Oh, and it's been stated many times in this hearing, or even in probably every other hearing, that those dealerships, complete dealerships, they are specific. What we're dealing with is a building that is, I guess, a relatively new building with a brand new addition that is specific for this particular brand, which is Hyundai. With that would put extra, I guess, requirement on the business that operates it to maintain it in a certain condition to represent the brand. Is that correct?
The brands do have their requirement, which is why the reinvestment happens on that infrequent basis.
This kind of requirement it doesn't apply to dealerships outside the brand, for example, used car dealerships. Is that correct?
No, a used car dealership would have no requirement to match a brand's particular branding, as they can sell whatever vehicles they want. For instance, if you look at Not Auto, they sell a wide variety of premium brands there on their location on Waverly at their rental rate of $6.50 or whatever it is.
They don't have to maintain certain standards of the building, and therefore they can occupy any space basically that is legally permissible to operate. Is that correct?
So again, having some difficulty, but interpreting your question, is a used auto dealer able to occupy the space as is if a frontline brand were to no longer require those premises? Yes, they certainly could move in and make any changes that they felt were required. As Mr. Slaughter said earlier, typically there's always changes that are made to properties as new tenancies and or owners move in. But yes, it would be possible for a used auto dealer to move in. Generally, they're not going to need space of the same size as a frontline dealer, and they would obviously be paying a lesser rental rate for a space of that size for a secondary use.
Okay, yeah. So primary dealer or first-rate dealer would pay a bit higher rent. Yeah.
That's not what I said. they pay the rents, as I said, for the reasons I said in the report I've presented. What you're saying is, would a used auto dealer move in to the space as is? Yeah, they would, and they'd pay less. Not that the frontline dealer would pay more, first line dealer.
Okay. No, I guess those are all my questions. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank God.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Mr. Peich, do you have any questions?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. McFadden, do you have any questions?
Sorry, I had to get unmuted. No, I have no further questions.
Okay, nor do I. Is there a need for summary from either party?
My part.
I will do a quick summary. I'll just take a couple of minutes more, but what we have here is we have a brand new dealership with a relatively new building. The way we take approach to compare values is both parties have agreed that we are using next best option to derive a value, which is compare other usages such as retail and combination of retail vehicle related components. City of Winnipeg has presented evidence where the median is at around $18, and those are I guess retailers that would be located in the hub in the major retail hubs in the city with whereas such a property is also would be considered to be located in, if not in, but within the very close proximity to the retail hub, which is typical to the first-line dealerships. They cluster together, oftentimes close to the other retail hub, major commercial hubs. It's evident in the city as you can see on McPhillips on Regent. I guess the way city presented its evidence is yes, we're using higher rent per square foot, and then we kind of saying, it's location that matters, foot traffic. But again, adjustments to the buildings and so forth would drive the price per square foot down. That's why it's typically less than what we have it presented at around 18. That's why it's dealerships are not at around 18 and subject property. I don't have exact number, but it's there. I believe it's around $14 or $13. Appellant is using the similar approach. In my opinion, they're using inferior properties in inferior locations, and I stated it in my presentation. As such, they're arriving at around $12.50 per square foot, and it, in my opinion, has to be adjusted upwards. Again, that are arriving at what we have originally had at around $14 per square foot. Other than that, that's I guess my summary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Yes, just I'll keep it as brief as I can. This property's already been appealed for 2020. We're looking at the identical information from both sides. I've reviewed the cities. There are no changes. The only change I've provided is some additional photos as well as a lease that's more supportive of our argument with the Not Auto dealer at 650, the corner of Waverly and McGilvery. The issue here is automotive dealerships, specialty use properties, no other retail use for the property. You will not find any tenant either A, willing to go in, or B, suitable to go into these properties. There's a reason you don't see any transition in that area. They're also not located with supportive retail. If anything, they're adjacent to it. If you look at the location of these properties, you have Point West on the exterior of the city. You have the Strip on Regent, which is not where the retail is. It's to the east. And then you have Waverly Auto Mall and others interspersed, right? But they're not in primary retail nodes of power centers. There is no direct comparison, and it cannot be done. The valuation model that needs to be applied to these, given the dearth of actual arm's length evidence, is look at the property and come up with the best modeling that you can to frame an appropriate retail or appropriate rental rate, as well as cap rate for the type of property. So we have service garage and in some cases some repair done in the rear of these properties. Done. We provide evidence to that effect, well located. And then when you look at the showroom retail, again, we're not talking about national brands located in retail big box agglomerations, which drive significantly higher rents. We're looking at showroom retail type of properties. If you look at the evidence provided, I think we have provided exceptional evidence on that front of what you would get at the top end of the range for this type of property. Looking at the subject property, again, specialty use, it's on the perimeter of the city, not close to the retail node further south. If you look at the aerial, we're looking at greenfields just to the north of this. It's not an area that drives a lot of traffic to go and see this type of thing as an incidental thing. The demand for these properties is exclusive to the owner occupiers, essentially. There is greater risk for that reason. We went through the vacancy, etc. these are not typical investment grade properties, and you do have a higher risk profile in taking something like this on. So if they were to be for sale, for the reasons stated, the cap rate would be higher. So special use, perimeter location, no transferability of use. I think our valuation is very well supported by the evidence included, as well as the decision already taken on this property and numerous others that I've presented to the board in this cycle. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, believe that now.
Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I believe that now concludes our hearing for today, so I will close this hearing. Thank you and have a good evening.
You as well.